The future of teaching and learning is unknown. We're in a real point of transition where I think we have all of these different things that are changing, real fundamental components of teaching.
Things are moving fast and new innovations are happening. The world's changing, and I think education has to change along with that.
The thing that makes South by Southwest EDU so unique is the ability for people to connect with one another.
We have innovators from all over the country with a shared passion to improve the lives of children through education.
Educators, principals, administrators, advocates, researchers, parents. No matter your role, if you are connected in and you care about education, you want to be here because you're going to find something that challenges you and elevates something that we can all be thinking about as we consider how we want to be impacting our spaces of education.
Good morning and welcome to day 2, South by Southwest EDU. We are truly thrilled as always to have you here in Austin with us. Yesterday was jam-packed with learning, connection, inspiration, and fun, and today promises to be the same. My personal encouragement to everyone is to have a plan, but be prepared to pivot and discover something completely unexpected. Be it a meaningful roundtable, a film screening, an inspiring workshop, performance, or even the 13th annual launch early stage startup competition that goes on after this right downstairs, there's surely something that will inspire. Now turning to why we're all gathered here this morning. I'm incredibly excited to introduce today's keynote, Spencer Russell, because I believe his journey is reflective of one of the big things that keeps me energized about serving this community. Both as a learner himself and then as a practitioner in the classroom, Spencer has routinely found ways to break boundaries and cultivate success. The opportunity to improve childhood literacy by reaching learners, caregivers, and families at the earliest stages is the kind of creative initiative that truly inspires me. Spencer is the founder of Toddlers Can Read and has created an amazing set of resources to help learners as young as 18 months old learn how to read. As a teacher, Spencer won awards for his collaboration with families to help their students consistently beat their academic goals. And now he brings his literacy work to the world through modern channels with over 3.5 million social media followers. As a reminder, there'll be Q&A, which you can access through the mobile app, the Engage button there on the session page. Please join me in welcoming Spencer Russell to the stage.
I can't tell you how excited I am to be here, surrounded by such an incredible group of educators and of learners. So I just wanted to thank each of you for being here this morning. I want to thank South by for having me. And just on a personal note, selfishly, I want to say it is so exciting to be talking to real people in real life. I spent a lot of time online, so about half of my conversations are responding to strangers saying, Drake really out here teaching kids to read. So. The other half are responding to people asking if my son Bronny is going to the NBA next year. I tell them, I don't know. That's his choice. Now, there's this kid I want you to know about. His name is Jake. And Jake's 9 years old. And right now, as you and I are in this room together, Jake is on his way in from recess. He's out of breath from chasing his buddies around the playground, and he's got one shoe untied. Jake is laughing, and he's grinning from ear to ear right until he lands in his seat in Mrs. Blankenship's class. Now, social studies is Jake's favorite subject, but he knows exactly what's coming next. Mrs. Blankenship is going to ask the class to read out loud, and she's starting on his side of the room. Jake closes his eyes. He slides down in his chair, and he hopes that his name won't be called, but he knows that it will. He anxiously counts heads in that classroom, trying to figure out which one of those paragraphs is his, and he practices that thing in his head before he's called on, but it doesn't work. He still stumbles through. His effort is enough to earn a nice try from Mrs. Blankenship and a couple poorly concealed giggles from his classmates, the smart ones. But Jake knows that this isn't good enough. The same thing is going to happen to Jake tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day after that. His academic scores will suffer, and so will his self-esteem, and so will his relationships. Now, I want you to hold Jake in your head, and I want you to multiply Jake by 2,322,890. That is the number of fourth graders in the US who are reading below grade level today. But it's just fourth grade, right? Jake and those other 2.3 million kids will catch up eventually, right? No. But they'll graduate anyways, because that's what we do in America. We'll promote them up and out of the system, even if they're functionally illiterate. That is how we end up with 52 million adults in this country who read below a third grade level. And let's be clear, the issue with our catastrophic literacy crisis is not that kids can't read Captain Underpants or adults can't solve their daily Wordle. The problem is that low literacy is correlated with lower self-esteem, higher unemployment, decreased earning potential, higher incarceration rates, poorer health outcomes, and decreased overall life satisfaction. But if you keep up with the research, you might be saying to yourself, but Spence, in 2022, the average 9-year-old was performing better than they were 50 years ago, right? Sure, by a whopping 7 points. And when 63% of our 12th graders are graduating high school still not proficient in reading, we're not really going to call that a win, are we? Now, the most frustrating part of all of this to me is that despite all of the research we have linking low literacy rates with all these different negative outcomes, we have decades, literal decades of research, of meta-analyses, of brain scans telling us exactly what to do about it. We know how the brain learns to read. We know how to teach it. And yet, in 50 years of learning, of researching, of talking, 7 points of progress. Clearly, we need to stop talking about the literacy crisis, and we need to do something to fix it. The truth is, in many circles, we talk about the literacy crisis a lot. And this has become a little bit more of a knowledge campaign than an action campaign. It's become a competition of who's right and who's wrong, of who knows how to talk about the research in all the right ways, using all the right words, and who doesn't, of who's got that perfect little vowel valley on their sound wall in their classroom and who doesn't. That laugh was the teachers. They know. And unfortunately, as adults, educators, academics, researchers continue to fight about the right way to teach reading, our kids continue to lose. Because when adults fight, kids lose, even if you win the argument. So to me, the question we should be asking is not whether we are facing a national crisis in literacy. It's not whether this is a national state of emergency or whether it's impacting every single person in this room in some way, shape, or form or fashion, because we know these things to be true. The question we should be asking is, what can we actually do about it? What can we do about it? In just a moment, I'm going to share with you 5 things we can do to help everyone learn to read. It's going to be super simple, super actionable, based in both research and in practice. But before we get to those 5 things, I've got to tell you about my first failed attempt to try to answer this question for myself, which is, what can I do about it? In 2012, I graduated college and I joined Teach for America. I had read about the achievement gap, the difference between black and white, between rich and poor, between urban and suburban academically, and I wanted to do something about it. I wanted to help. That summer, in my training, I taught a class of 9, count them, 9 whole 3rd graders for 60 minutes a day, and I rocked. I mean, I taught the hell out of those 9 kids. I thought I was going to be the next teacher of the year, right? I came into my school year feeling confident. But when I got to my actual school with my actual class of 25 kindergartners, I wish I knew that. Would have saved a lot of time. It was a whole different story. Every morning, I woke up at 5:45 a.m., put on my little pastel tie, hopped in my 2009 used Hyundai Elantra, and I blasted that Lady A album my girlfriend had left in my car the summer before. And for every minute of that 21-minute drive, I hoped that a car or a truck would run me off the road. That's teachers again. I wanted to get injured just bad enough that I could quit without quitting. And the evenings weren't much better. Every night, I'd microwave that same sad bowl of Chef Boyardee ravioli, overstuffed. Of course, I still had standards. And I'd work and work and work until I passed out from exhaustion. I woke up the next day, I put on my tie, and I did it again. I've blacked out a lot of that year. But there's one morning I will never forget. I go to school sick, as one does, and I bring with me a bottle of Zicam cold medicine, the chewable kind. Now at this point, I feel terrible. So I'm eating these things like candy. And apparently, so was one of my students. Because unbeknownst to me, I had left this bottle on my teacher desk with the cap off, and one of my kindergartners had snuck over while I was teaching and began to consume the tablets. Now, how many tablets did she consume, you ask? That's a wonderful question. I don't know. I didn't see it. But what I did see was the ambulance in my school's parking lot after her severe reaction, and the inside of my principal's office when she told me this was a fireable offense. I was completely devastated, embarrassed, disappointed. To me, the only good news was that my student was okay and that her mom was very understanding. Because the truth was, I was in way over my head. I didn't know what I was doing or how I would make it to the end of that 2-year commitment. As time went on, parents began to pull their kids out of my classroom. So much so that by the time the year ended, I only had 18 students left after starting with 25. So by the time the next year started, I knew it was time to go. My 2-year commitment was coming to an end, and so were my hopes and aspirations of making any sort of meaningful impact in my kids' lives. Technically, I did make an impact. I made a really big impact, y'all. We made an impact. We just didn't make a positive one. And sure, I was improving. I was getting better, but I still wasn't happy. I still wasn't healthy, and I knew somehow I just had to get to the end of that second year and I'd be okay to go. But as I made that important decision to quit, I also made a second, more important decision too. I decided that if I'm going to leave anyways, if I'm going to quit, I might as well do all those things I wanted to do when I had started this job in the first place. And for me, at the top of that list was home visits. And so I printed out this little paper calendar of the next 2 months. I called a parent meeting and asked every parent to fill it in with their name, their home address, and the best time for me to visit. And for the next 60 days, I hit the road. My families and I discussed the best ways to support their kids at home, and we discussed the best ways to support them at school. We talked, we laughed, we shared, we ate some really good home-cooked meals. And not only did I come back from my little tour de Houston with a renewed passion and purpose for my students and for their families, but I came back with a reason to keep teaching, a reason to keep trying. So in year 3, I started my year with home visits, and it was incredible. My classroom was tight, our culture was amazing. The only problem was our academics and our test scores just hadn't quite caught up yet. In fact, because I'm a bad person, I remember exactly where our test scores were. We were 4th out of the 7 kindergarten classes, because charter schools keep that kind of information. 4th out of 7, my families and I, we weren't pumped. Not excited about it, but we knew we had laid the foundation. We knew we had planted the seeds for our kids to be successful. We just needed more time. We needed another year to prove it. Problem was, at this time, my school did not let you loop up to the next grade level and bring all of your kids with you. If you were to go up a grade level, you had to mix up the kids. And to me, that was a non-starter. Not because I couldn't lose all of my kids, but because I couldn't lose all of my families. And so with my back against the wall, knowing I needed to take all of them, I did what any logical person in my position would do. I bribed my principal with crawfish. And apparently, this was a tremendous weakness for her. Big weakness, because I found her favorite crawfish restaurant, took her out, we talked, we ordered some crawfish, and right as she was sucking the brains out of one of those bad boys, I let her know, yeah, I'm gonna need all those kids. I'm gonna need them all to come up with me. And she let me do it. She let me take them all. And so we went to 1st grade, and we had our best year ever. No longer was I alone in the classroom, but I had parents leading small groups of students for me. No longer was I solely responsible for my children's academic success, but we had parents leading workshops for other parents, telling them what they're doing at home, what's working, what's not working, and encouraging them to get more involved. I began to implement what I now know to be called the science of reading, where we built out a more structured, longer phonics block, and I helped parents build out the same thing at home. By the end of this year, our class was not only the highest performing class in our school, we were one of the highest performing classes in our national charter network of over 200 schools. Thank you. We went from being behind our peers, who were already behind themselves, to outperforming children at the richest, the most privileged, the most selective schools in our city by far. That summer, I won 2 teaching awards for $30,000. And to this day, I consider this to be one of the bigger ironies of my career, that I would be the one celebrated for our success, because my students had 28 teachers that year. I was just the one in the classroom. Now, the point I want to make before moving on is, as educators, there's only but so much we can do on our own. The burnout, the exhaustion, the frustration, the lack of resources, it's real. I've lived it. But sometimes the challenges that feel the most insurmountable are simply the challenges that we've been trying to tackle by ourselves. Now, fast forward 8 years to today, and my classroom is now called Toddlers Can Read. And we now consist of over 3.5 million families online who are doing this work together. Here's the catch. Toddlers Can Read is not a tutoring program. It's not an online game or app for kids to play. In fact, our students aren't even the kids themselves. It's the kids' parents. See, at our core, Toddlers Can Read's mission is to empower parents and caregivers and educators to partner together and share the responsibility for our children's success in reading, just like I and all those families did all those years ago. Now, when I named my business Toddlers Can Read, I knew this was going to piss some people off. I knew we were going to get this pushback of, it's too soon, it's too early, why force them, all this stuff. I knew it was coming, I planned for it, I was ready for it. But one thing I never anticipated when I named my business Toddlers Can Read is the number of adults who still can't. And two things to know right off the bat when I show you this message here. First, I did get permission to share this, but the person who sent me this message, she said that some of her friends follow me, and she doesn't want them to know the truth about her reading ability, and so she asked me to use a different name. So for the sake of this story, we're going to call her Sarah. Second point to make here is we get anywhere from about 50 to 1,500 DMs a day, depending on the day, depending how viral we are, all that stuff, right? We get a lot of messages. And in order to reply to every one of those messages and to give people the support they need, we have to take advantage of this feature in Instagram called saved replies. Now, what a saved reply is, if you're unfamiliar, you type a single word and the rest of the response pops up. It's something that you've written out in advance and you just know, I type the word, the thing pops up, I click send. Now, when you get the number of messages that we do, you can't waste a reply on a question that only gets asked every now and then. You can't waste a saved reply on a question that only impacts a small percentage of the population. No, we save our replies for questions that get asked every single day, multiple times a day, by people all over the country. So when Sarah reached out to me, an account, mind you, named Toddlers Can Read, and asked if I could help her as an adult learn how to read, I hit her with the saved reply. I typed the word adult, and the entire message popped up, and I clicked send, and I expected that to be the end of the conversation. But Sarah was persistent. And once I told her that she could send voice messages instead of having to type and spell if that was easier for her, I quickly found out why. Sarah told me how nobody in her family knew that she couldn't read because she didn't want them to know the truth, not even her husband. She told me how when she went to restaurants, she would wait until everybody else at the table ordered, then she would just pick one of the things that they said because she didn't feel confident reading the menu. Sarah told me that while her toddler was napping, she would go into her room and she'd pick out a children's book and she'd practice reading because when her daughter woke up and asked her mommy to read to her, she wanted to be able to do it. So when I tell you that this is a crisis that requires our action, I'm telling you this not because of scores on some fourth grade test, not because of some study that was done 50 years ago. I'm telling you this because reading impacts every aspect of our life, from our career and our ability to make money, to our family and our ability to support our kids, to our self-esteem and our ability to look at ourselves in the mirror and be confident and proud in who we see. Because Sarah's biggest fear is not that her daughter will grow up and fail some fourth grade test. Her biggest fear is that her daughter will grow up and be just like her mom. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you that she was alone. that this is some kind of isolated incident, but it's not. Because it is not 1 in 100 adults who, like Sarah, is functionally illiterate. It's not 1 in 50. It's not 1 in 20. It's not 1 in 10. But when 1 in 5 adults in our country lacks the basic reading and writing skills necessary to fully participate in our society, we've got to acknowledge and admit that whatever the hell we've been doing up until this point isn't working, and we've got to fix it. So I want to share with you 5 things we can do to help everyone learn how to read. And right off the bat, y'all, I know this is a big challenge. I know this feels daunting, but in a room like this, full of some of the brightest and most passionate and innovative educators, I think it's our responsibility to make this happen. And full transparency, y'all, I wanted to make an acronym for this. I wanted it to be like fun and catchy. And as I got started, the letters were R-A-S-H, rash. And then I added a 5th point, and it was rashes. And so I just finished practicing Sarah's story. We hit that emotional high note, and I'm like, all right, guys, educators, we've got to give our kids rashes. We just have to do it. They deserve it. And I was like, no, that's not going to work. So we're going to do 5 things we can do to help everyone learn to read. No acronym here, but we're just going to try and keep it simple, bust through these 5 points, and figure out what we can do. Sound good? Sound good? Thank you. Number 1, we've got to know the research. And when I say know the research, I don't mean all of the research. I mean, at a very basic level, we've got to understand how kids learn to read. Now, in the literacy world, I've kind of previewed this for you. There's been this thing going on for a long time called the reading wars. This is where there's groups of people who are arguing about the right versus the wrong way to teach reading. Now, on one hand, you've got folks who say kids learn to read from memorizing these long lists of sight words, from looking at the picture, from guessing based on the context. On the other hand, you've got people who rightly say that kids learn to read from phonics, which is knowing the sounds the letters make, and phonemic awareness, which is us being able to kind of combine them together into words, right? I understand you may not know the debate. I understand you might not be as familiar. So just to figure out which one of these works better, I've got a little activity for us to practice so we can see this on our own, okay? So in just a minute, don't get nervous. I'm going to challenge you to read the 4 words on the screen, okay? I'm going to show the words. I'm going to point to the room, and when I point, I want you to read me the first word. When I point a second time, read the second word. Third time, read the third word. Sound good? Okay, completely random, completely made up words, never seen it before. If you have, I don't know what you're reading. But just wait for my cue, I'll point, and then go ahead and read it out loud, okay? Word number 1. Excellent. Number 2. Wonderful. Word number 3. Final word is tricky. Plexintic. A+. Really, really good. Really, really good. And as we heard, clearly, there is a right way to read these words because we all said the same thing. Now, did you know the right way to read those words because you looked at the picture? You can answer it. Was it the picture? No, there were no pictures. Did you know because you had memorized it and remembered it from some list of sight words in first grade? No. Was it because you have been paying such careful attention right up until this point, and you knew based on context that for this slide, those words were just going to make sense. They just felt right, right? It was a plexintic moment. We just knew it. It's ridiculous. You knew those words because English is a phonetic system. We have letters that come together and represent different sounds, and we can combine those sounds into words. That's how you knew that system. And the truth is, if you know this, you can read almost any word you see, even if you've never seen that word before. This is why, to me, the reading wars are bullshit. We know. We know. If swears get applause, I'll do more. Just let me know. I've got like 5 more words I use a lot. We know from research, and we know from common sense, we need phonics, we need phonemic awareness, and at a very, very basic level, if we want every child to have a chance of learning how to read, we've got to ditch some of these guessing strategies. We've got to embrace the basic, the foundational level of how kids learn to read, and that's what's going to truly give them a shot. Number 2, stop theorizing, start teaching. Another way to say this is stop talking and do something about it. Now, I want to be very clear here. Just because we know theoretically how reading works doesn't mean we're actually teaching it. You might say to yourself, how in the world could we have so many people who know so much about this, but it's not actually being taught? And the answer is, we got a lot of folks who are still stuck on step number 1, know the research. We are waking up every day on the front lines of that reading war. We're grabbing our Stanley, we're filling it with iced coffee and that little cold foam from TikTok. We don our favorite teaching shirt, Teach, Laugh, Love. We get behind that keyboard and we fire away. We let it rip. In fact, just last week as I was preparing this speech, an account had made a post about me. They had done this post where at the top it said, I follow an account with over 1 million followers. Why can my child still not read? And then they look at the screen and they point, and every time they point, a word pops up. And so it goes like this, it goes, because he doesn't teach phonemic awareness at all. And then they smile and they do this thing like that. And when they do the thing like that, the words pop up, but we do. So at the end they go, but we do. And they smile again, like they had won something. What did they win? Seriously, and more importantly, what do we gain from trying to tear down our fellow educators who are doing this work? Now, I don't share this because it's personal to me. I share this because this happens every single day. This happens in schools, it happens in classrooms, it happens in PD sessions. It happens all the time. And I just want to say that as adults, as long as we take more pleasure in pontificating and proving points and arguing with other adults, our kids are going to continue to lose. This is not some theoretical exercise where we think about what we should do or would want to do in a perfect situation. This is real kids and real families in real life who need real support. So once you know this stuff, it is incumbent upon you to stop theorizing, start teaching, and support the other folks who are doing this work as well. Number 3, keep it simple. This is probably the most important one here. Keep it simple. What I mean here, we've got a lot of people who want to be doing this work. They know the basic research, okay, here's how kids learn to read. And they are actually not theorizing, they're trying to take steps. They're trying to make action, but they just don't know how to get started. See, this happens in many fields, but in reading particularly, where because we know so many things, it can be hard to organize that information and know what to do first, and know what to do next, and know what to do after that. I've talked to countless teachers who are overwhelmed by their curriculum, the scripted curriculum, every single step, every single thing, the scope and sequence. It feels like a lot, and it can make it hard to get started. I've talked to countless parents who don't even try. I mean, it's just so foreign. They say, how could I possibly do this? And I'd like to propose to you that there is a simpler way to do this. There's an easier and a more effective way than trying to teach everything at once. And to make this point, I'm going to use an analogy. So we're going to talk about basketball for a moment, okay? let's say that you're a basketball coach. You want to teach your kids to play basketball. A couple big skills they need, right? They've got to know how to dribble, how to shoot, how to pass, how to rebound, how to play defense. So we'll call this 5 big skills. Easy enough. We can teach 5 things, right? Well, if you take any one of those skills and you break it down, you're going to realize really quickly there's a whole bunch of other skills that go into that. So let's take dribbling, for example, right? You're like, hey, we're going to teach basketball, 5 skills, focus on dribbling. Well, in order to teach someone how to dribble, they've got to have the gross motor skills to push that ball down to the floor. They've got to have the aim and the accuracy to kind of pinpoint that spot in the floor where it pops up. They need the hand-eye coordination to place their hand exactly where that ball is coming back to. They need the fine motor skills to be able to kind of cup and place their hands in just the right spot to kind of get that ball and push it back down. And they need the stamina, the perseverance, the effort, the will to continue to do that over and over and over again with increased speed and accuracy and precision. But you'd never walk into a basketball practice and see a group of kids sitting around a circle practicing fine motor skills, would you? No. Because a great basketball coach understands that just because basketball takes a lot of skills doesn't mean we have to teach every single one of those skills. And if we try to, even if we tried, sure, we might teach some of it, but it will be really challenging to teach all of it, and we've probably wasted a lot of time. So what a great coach does is they assess their team. They say, okay, where are we at in our dribbling right now? And what is the most effective drill to get us one step further? What is the next thing we need to do to keep making progress, right? And I think intuitively, we know this not just from basketball, but from other fields. We know that when there's a lot of ground to cover, we don't have to cover every single little detail, but we've got to prioritize. We've got to focus. We've got to find those most important and most effective activities. And yet, when it comes to reading, we've made this super complicated. This is from a very popular kindergarten curriculum. This is a scope and sequence. And no, this is not the scope and sequence for reading in general. This is for one specific section of reading called phonemic awareness for kindergarten. All of that. This is what's happening in a lot of schools. We try to teach every single minute detail because we know all this stuff, and then our kids end up being confused because we're not focusing and prioritizing the most important skills. In fact, in 2022, the National Reading Panel, which is a group of 13 experts in literacy, these are the people the science of reading community cites a lot as kind of like these are the people who do it, they released this 449-page report that told us that kids learn phonemic awareness best when they're taught only 1 or 2 skills at a time. Blending and segmenting. That's combining sounds to read, separating them to spell. That's why kids learn best. They said that as soon as we try to teach kids 3 or more phonemic awareness skills, the scores begin to suffer. We're making it too complicated. And because it's kind of my job, it's kind of my thing to explain reading concepts in 60 seconds or less, I'm going to try and just walk you guys through how this is done. And maybe we can just keep this up for a second because I am sweating quite a bit and you probably don't need the zoom in on this. Maybe you do, I don't know. I don't know your life. But if you look at this, and you were to look at this as a word, and you wanted to read that word, a couple of very basic things you need, okay? You need to know the sounds these letters make, okay? M, a, t. And you need to be able to stretch those together into words. Mat, mat. That's it. You're reading. Now, that stretching part, it can be tricky for kids. So if it is, we start with 2 sounds. We start with the word like at, and we build up from there. We go from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, and we gradually increase the number of sounds. Now, that's not it, but that's most of the way. So once kids can do this well, we need to start teaching them the advanced sounds and the rules that go with those sounds. Things like the S and the H together saying shh, or that Y at the end of words, which can say E or it can say I. And there's kind of situations in which it says H. We teach kids those sounds in these little 2 or 3 sound groups. We teach just a little bit of it at a time. We gradually go from easier and more frequent to harder and less frequent. And by the end of that progression, our kids can read increasingly longer and more complex words. That's it. That's how you teach reading. Look what they brought me. Very helpful. I could have done that a couple minutes ago. Now, of course, there's a couple more steps to reading too, right? There's fluency, there is comprehension, there's interest. But at the end of the day, after looking at all those numbers we looked at kids who struggle to read, what do you really think is going to be the best way to help them understand what they're reading? Help them read better. What do you think is going to be the best way to help them enjoy what they're reading? Help them read better. What do you think is going to be the best way to help them read fluently, quickly, accurately, with expression? Help them read better. And I propose the best way to do that is to stop overcomplicating this, keep it super simple, we follow this progression, and if we do, we can help anyone. I don't care the age, we can help anyone learn to read. Number 4, you probably knew this was coming. We've got to partner with parents. Now, quick question for the room. I know that everyone here is kind of in a different section. We have different jobs, we have different ages that we teach. But can you just raise your hand real quick if you are a teacher? Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, teachers, keep your hand up for 1 second. Thank you. And teachers, what I want you to do is I want you to keep your hand up if you would be able to find 5 minutes every day to work one-on-one with each of your kids. You got 5 minutes of one-on-one time with everyone in that classroom. We got like 8 people in the front. And I want to know what school you teach at. I think I would have had a better time. Most of us can't. Most of us can't. And I want to do that same question for parents now. Can you raise your hand if you're a parent? Parents, I'm not saying that you have to, but how many of you, if you wanted to, could find 5 minutes to work one-on-one with your kids? It's pretty much everybody, right? There's this thing that no one is talking about when we talk about reading, because we always talk about here's the exact steps to do it. We have teachers who have the skill but often lack the time. And we have parents who have the time but often lack the skill, and we're not communicating. And I'm not saying being a parent is easy. I'm not saying you have tons of time. God knows, I know this. But what I am saying is it was fundamentally different teaching my son to read at home one-on-one than it was trying to teach each of my kindergartners and first graders. And every teacher turned parent I talk to says the exact same thing. They all say the same thing. I was a former kindergarten teacher, I was a former first grade teacher, former second grade teacher, and now that I've got my own kid, I want to start working with them one-on-one because I didn't have that time in the classroom. And here's the importance of this, because it's not just time, but it's what time allows. Because when you have the time to just do 5 minutes of one-on-one instruction, what that means is you can tailor your instruction to exactly what the child needs. You can look at their data and give them specifically the sounds they need to practice. You can give them the exact length of words, whether it's 2 sounds or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, the exact length that they need to be successful. You can look at their interest and their engagement, and you can pick activities that your kid likes. If you're practicing letter sounds, your kid likes to move, you can tape them around the room and have them run around to them. You can put them on the floor and have them jump off the couch and say the sound when they land. If you're practicing blending, you can put the letters in front of a train and have the train move around and they say the sounds as they go, or they can move a rocket ship across the sounds. There's lots of ways you can do this. And truthfully, the only limit is your creativity. But that one-on-one time is golden. And as educators, there's only but so much we can do in a classroom. That when we partner with parents, we help parents know how to support their children as well, amazing things can happen. And last point here, get started now. My thing is like toddlers reading, but that's not just the thing. So when I taught my son to read when he was 2, to me it was a no-brainer. I struggled to read growing up. It affected my confidence, it affected my self-esteem. I hated the process. I went from being a kindergartner, a first grader who struggled with reading myself, to teaching kindergartners and first graders who struggled with reading, and I saw the impact it made on them. I married a kindergarten teacher, and as did someone say woo? Let's go. She'll love that. She'll love that. I married a kindergarten teacher, and as 2 kindergarten teachers, we knew the difference it made when a child entered school knowing how to read versus when they didn't. No brainer. We were going to teach our kid to read early, right? Top of our list, reading. We've got today millions of families who are trying to do the same thing. And it's not just getting their kids ahead, because everyone thinks of like early reading as like, let's get our kid ahead, let's get this little Einstein, let's get them to Harvard. No, it's not that. We have parents and families everywhere who just want to give their kid a chance. We have people who are looking at their kid and saying they're interested in letters and being read to, and I want them to be able to explore that passion on their own. People looking at their kid and saying they love nonfiction, they like this topic, they like trucks, they like the ocean. I want them to be able to read about it and learn about it on their own. So yes, toddlers can read, and if I had more time, I would tell you exactly how we do it, because it's not much different than those steps I showed you earlier where we said keep it simple. If we keep it simple, they can do it. Now, I said my thing is like kind of toddlers, but it's kind of not. My point here isn't actually about toddlers. My point is that if a toddler can do this, anybody else can too. If we can teach a toddler to read, we can teach a child with disabilities. If we can teach a toddler to read, we can teach a teenager. If we can teach a toddler to read, we can teach an adult. So when I tell you, get started now, I'm not saying like find a 2-year-old and start teaching them. If you want to, follow my page and I'll show you how to do it, right? I'm saying find the person in your life and get started now. Find the toddler, find the kindergartner, find the 4th grader, find the middle schooler, find the high schooler, find the adult, find your spouse, find a grandparent, and teach them. It is rarely ever too early or too late to teach someone how to read. And if you want to do it, I'd encourage you to get started now. And when we follow these steps, we know the research, we stop theorizing, we start teaching, we actually take action. We keep it super, super simple. We partner with parents, and we get started now. Anyone can learn how to read. And I've got just a couple very quick prepared remarks here to close, because I want to save time for questions, but let me just finish off by saying this. We can learn all the stats we want about how terrible this crisis is. We can hear all the stories about how real kids and real families have been impacted by our inability to give them the instruction they deserve. We can understand on a very theoretical level that we've got to do these 5 steps to give people a fair chance at learning. But for many of us, there's still that voice in our head, that voice that says, but what about this kid? But what about this parent? Maybe it applies to them, but not me. But if we don't genuinely believe in our hearts, in our core, that everyone can learn how to read, then why are we here? I'm tired of folks saying no child left behind, and what they mean is no child with privilege left behind. I'm tired of folks saying no child left behind when what they mean is no child without disabilities left behind. And I am tired of folks saying no child left behind when what they mean is no child who looks like mine. Maybe them, but not us. We've got to believe that our kids can do it. And when we know the research, we stop theorizing, we start teaching, we keep it simple, and we partner with parents. Anyone can learn how to read. Because children don't learn to read from talk, they learn to read from action. They don't care how much we know, how many studies we've read, how many degrees we've gotten, or how many arguments we've won. They care whether we can help them understand what those little scribbles on the page means so they can finally go to school feeling confident. And quite honestly, I believe they deserve it. So, as I finish this talk, I want you to know that Jake's mom is watching the live stream on YouTube. She's watching and listening as a room full of some amazing educators hears yet another story of yet another child who can't read. And she's wondering what we're going to do about it. And I promised Jake's mom that I would do this story justice, and I hope that I did. But if we're honest, this isn't a story about one boy, because we all know a Jake. Some of us are making apps for Jake. Some of us are creating policies for Jake. But we all know someone who is struggling, and the time has come for us to stop talking about it and start doing something about it. If you're sitting here today and you are Jake's teacher, let's help get Jake and his family the resources they need to be successful. Know the research, put it into action, keep it simple, and get started now. If you're sitting here today and you are Jake's parent, I implore you to start now. Don't let anyone tell you what you or your child cannot do. I don't care your background. I don't care your race. I don't care your income. I don't care your religion. I don't care your zip code. You can support your child with their learning, and you can get started now. And finally, if you're sitting here today and you are Jake, and you've been living with this shame and with this burden for so many years that so many adults tell me that they go with, I just want you to shoot me a DM after this conference, because my team and I are working on some resources for adults, and I'd like to give you just a little bit of support with your reading. South by community, it's time to stop talking about the literacy crisis in America and start doing something about it. Who's ready? Thank you. I appreciate it. Does anybody know how many minutes I have? 9? Wow, okay. I thought I was going to have 1. A couple quick questions here. What are some of the most pervasive myths about reading instruction that need to be debunked, and how do they hinder effective teaching practices? Wonderful question. Okay. There's a lot of myths about reading instruction. I can go the early reading route or the science of reading route, so I'll do a little bit of both. Early reading, there's a lot of folks who think that if you teach a child to read too early, that you're somehow going to create a hatred for reading, that it's going to kind of ruin the process for them, they're going to hate reading, or that somehow it's developmentally inappropriate, it's too hard, right? We've got people everywhere teaching kids, look at this letter. Sorry, look at this shape. Look at this round shape. This shape is a circle, right? We do that. Look at this color. This color is red. This is a cow. Cow says moo. But we turn around and say that's too challenging to tell a kid to look at that same shape and say that this sound says ah. We've got a lot of people who are doing work that are just as challenging as reading. They're just not calling it academic. And so when we get to academics, people get really, really concerned. The truth is anything is developmentally inappropriate if we do it the wrong way. It's just like this drill and kill thing. Learning to read, if we incorporate fun and play in games, we can do this really early. And just by common sense, we know that if kids can read well, they're going to want to read later in life. As this relates to the science of reading, that point on phonemic awareness that I made, I think is really important. We have a lot of people in the reading community who think that we've got to teach every single thing. They say, okay, kids have to learn rhyming, and then they have to learn syllables, then they have to learn blending, and then they have to learn segmenting, and they break each one of those things up into this really kind of like small subcategory and teach it in this really slow progression when we actually know that just focusing on one or two of the most important skills is going to make the most impact. So I would say that we've got to kind of get past this idea of more is better and start actually looking at our kids and where they're at and giving them what they need. Okay. If we wanted to provide training to adults to learn to read better, would you take the same approach? That's a beautiful question, because we do want to provide training to adults, but at Toddlers Can Read, our focus is helping parents teach kids, and not every adult has someone that can teach them, and not every adult is going to want to tell another adult that they can't read. So if we want resources to help adults learn to read, these need to be resources that they can take and watch asynchronously, where they don't need someone there to teach them, but you're going direct to camera. So instead of me like holding a sound and saying, parents, here's how you teach this sound to your kid, it would be holding the sound up and saying, adults, practice saying this sound with me. They need that for the sounds, they need it for blending, they need it for the advanced rules. So similar in the sense that the steps are the exact same, but a little bit different in the sense that we'd have to actually just go directly to camera and let the adults take and do that learning at their own pace. I'll do one more question here. What does parental involvement look like when the parents of the children may not be literate themselves? Love this question. I think what it looks like is helping involve that parent as early as possible. Because we had that stat, right? The 52 million adults are reading below a third grade level. We can still help our kids before that third grade level, right? Like, there's kinder and first and second. And if you can help a parent teach their kid before they get to that level, when they're younger, that parent can still do it. And if they can't, we can teach them how to do it. A big part of my work, and I never anticipated this, is teaching adults how to say sounds. It's teaching adults just very, very basic rules. A lot of us don't know it. And so we can either look in the mirror and we can say, you know what? They're illiterate, they can't learn, let's not even waste our time. Or we can say, if a 5-year-old can learn this, if a 4-year-old can learn this, an adult can learn it too. So let me teach them how to do it and let them teach their kid. But it's going to be much easier to have an illiterate adult helping a kid at 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 than trying to have them jump in and help that kid at 12 or 13 or 14 when maybe their reading has progressed beyond their ability. So I appreciate the questions. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for your time.
When we focus on everybody's ability to grow, develop, and provide the resources around them to do so, no matter where they started, everyone can flourish in these environments.
Good morning, South by Southwest. Yeah.
Community is the people who you surround yourself with that make you feel good, that support you, and I feel like the community is those who you experience life with.
Your role in ensuring our young people don't give up is critical. And you need to recognize how important you are in children's lives. And you've got to be strong and visible and powerful so these young people know there's somebody there who won't ever let them down.
Good morning. I'm Jaden Liberty, the marketing specialist here at South by Southwest EDU. I'm honored to be able to introduce our first featured session kicking off day 2. How do we find the good at a time like this? Teachers play a vital role in shaping the future, yet they're facing unprecedented hurdles, leaving many to leave the classroom. Amidst these challenges, how can those who choose to stay sustain themselves and rediscover joy in their work? I'm thrilled to introduce our next featured speakers, who are veteran educators and will share their insights today on the steps teachers can take to find meaning, beauty, and significance in their work. As a reminder, during the Q&A, you can ask and upvote questions through the Engage button on the session page on the mobile app. Please join me in welcoming Jennifer Gonzalez, Editor-in-Chief of Cult of Pedagogy, and Rebecca Peterson, 2023 National Teacher of the Year.
Hi. All right. Hello, Rebecca.
Hi, Jen.
So we're going to talk first about the title, A Time Like This. We're going to get ourselves grounded in what we mean by that, because when we first started to talk about positivity, we've had a couple of years, haven't we, as educators? It's been a lot in the last few years. If we go back to when COVID hit, then there's been all of this pressure that has been anti-CRT or anti-CRT. There's been pressure about book bannings. There's always the danger of school shootings. So teachers are always dealing with a lot, but especially in the last couple of years, it's gotten harder and harder and harder. Yeah. And you, as part of your platform as National Teacher of the Year, have made it part of your sort of mission to share this message of how we find the good and how we find the positive things. And so I just wanted to establish what I meant by a time like this. Yeah. So thanks for coming.
Thanks for being here.
And so what we're going to start with is we're going to go back to your early days and how your childhood influenced you as a teacher. I'm moving my mic up. Okay. How your upbringing influenced who you became as a teacher.
Yeah, so I'm an immigrant to the United States. My mom's Swedish, my dad is Iranian, and we moved to America when I was young. My parents are also both in the medical field. And so I think, when you intersect sort of their global background and their vocations, they decided to bring their work, again, globally. So they did a lot of humanitarian work around the world. And so as kids, my siblings and I traveled with them, sometimes just a couple weeks at a time, sometimes for a year. And so by the time I was 16, I'd lived in 4 different countries. And then we came back my sophomore year of high school, and I became eventually a United States citizen when I was 20, and went to college here in the States. And really, when I was in college, a lot of people will ask you, where are you from, Rebecca? And I could not answer that question. I was I don't know where I'm from. And so it sort of led me in this journey of figuring out who I am and where I am from. Because moving, not just like city to city, but continent to continent, growing up, I realized that I often felt like I was an outsider looking in. Yeah. And when you're on the outside, you watch the inside really closely, And so I started to think about what were the times where I like really belonged. Like I didn't have to work to fit in, right? But I like belonged. And I realized like outside of my family, it was educators who created that safe space for me. It was a teacher who, when I came to America speaking very little English, like taught me how to embrace my differences as assets. It was a teacher who in middle school, in a time where like women were even less represented in STEM, right, encouraged me to pursue mathematics. And it was a teacher who told me I'd be a good teacher. And so when I think about my childhood and the times like I felt really safe and I felt like utterly, fully Rebecca, it was often because of teachers. And so I decided to become a teacher, like largely to honor their legacy, but also to provide that safe space of belonging for the next generation.
So that's what you went into teaching with. But then as you progressed, you found that it just wasn't quite what you thought it was going to be. So let's start with that. What caused you to lose the joy in teaching?
Yeah, I think, I largely lost the joy because I was like wildly underprepared to teach high school mathematics. I started my teaching journey at the college level. And then very like adorably of me, I thought, well, if I want to like really impact the next generation of mathematicians, I should be like at the high school level. And it turns
be the
out,
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turns out like teaching students to like solve a rational equation is a little bit different. Like when they're paying to have you teach them solve that equation. And so I had taught, I taught for 3 years, and then my 4th year I switched to the high school level, and it was so rocky, Jen. Like, I think I cried more that year than like all my other years combined. I had one foot out the door. I had an exit plan. I was applying to graduate programs. I thought like this is one and done.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Like I am not cut out to be a high school teacher.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat what you just said. The 2023 National Teacher of the Year was ready to quit.
I was ready to quit.
And this was how many years ago?
This was 12 years ago.
12 years ago. Okay. So my next question for you is, what happened next?
Yeah.
What happened after, you're ready to leave, so what happened next?
Really what happened next is I had 5 months to fulfill of a contract, right? Like I had to figure out like how to, I wasn't looking at like how can I thrive, I was like how can I survive the next handful of months. And so really serendipitously I stumbled upon this community blog called One Good Thing. And it was a collection of math teachers at the time who lived by the mantra, every day may not be good, but there is one good thing in every day. Mm-hmm. And that quote just hit me so viscerally because it like did not ignore the demands of my job, but it did sort of insist on like taking ownership of my day in like a really small way, right? So at some point, kind of in the middle of that year, I went from reader of the blog to writer, and I decided to just like post something good one day and hit publish. And then the next day, I opened the blog's platform again, wrote something good again, hit publish again. And the third day, I did the same, and I just kept going and going and going. And I think for years, Rebecca Peterson was like the very overly committed teacher to this tiny little blog. And I just kept posting. After a decade of posting good things, I had written 1,400 posts. Mm-hmm. And these were like really small, like beautiful everyday moments that I was missing beforehand because I was inundated, right, with the lesson planning, the IEPs, the 504s, the grading, the collaboration, the PLCs. I mean, it is just so overwhelming.
Right.
But this was like a really intentional pause for me to say, like, hold on. This is my story, you know, and what am I going to make space for? And so it was a really like interesting evolution, I think, because at first I was in a really reactive frame of mind, right? When I first started writing, I would like mentally go through my day in sort of the past, right? And until I could think of something kind of sort of like mildly good to write about. And then at some point there was this shift, and I realized I started to notice good things in the present. And it was a very like active activity for me. Like I would find myself being like, oh, one good thing, like Jose asked me to come to his soccer game, right? Or one good thing, like Margaret asked a question that was not, can I go to the bathroom? It was just like really small things, but like I caught myself in the middle of the day noticing them. And then at some point I think like there was another switch, and I went from like actively noticing the good to proactively wanting to be the good. I found myself thinking not just like, what am I gonna notice, but how am I gonna be today, right? Like, what am I gonna bring, and what good are we gonna experience together?
When you first told me about this practice, it sounded so familiar to me because when I was a newish teacher and I would get that panic of this class is out of control, they're all against me. And so sometimes I would use this strategy of just getting a notebook and sitting in a chair in front of all of them and just starting to write. And it freaked them out because they would be like, what are you doing? Are we in trouble? Are you writing us all up? And what I was doing on that paper was just writing down what I was observing in the room. And it would turn out most of the time that the class that was out of control was actually about 3 kids.
Exactly.
And everybody else was just sitting there being
doing what they
pretty
were supposed to
decent.
do.
And by doing that, it got my nervous system all the way deactivated. And I started to fall back in love with the kids in that room. And even the kids that had been giving me such a hard time, they got so curious about what the heck I was doing that they all sort of leaned in. And it really does change your constitution in a way. And, and I love that it evolved into you actually starting to notice it all day long and then creating it.
And the brain science backs this up, right? Like what I was doing was initiating my RAS, my reticular activating system, which is our brain's filtering system. So the more I intentionally looked for the good, the more the part of my brain that filters the good expanded and allowed me to see even more good.
So this was the one practice that you did. I'm not getting any reaction from this. I don't know if I have to say something over there, but I keep advancing slides and they're not changing. It's not super important, but it will be in just a minute. The question, thank you, and then that we just talked about that, and then this next one is, so you did the practice of every day something good. And then that evolved into other intentional practices, and that was my next question for you, is what other practices and mindsets help you, still when you were in the classroom to find joy and meaning and beauty in your work?
Yeah, so after a handful of years of writing the good kind of personally, I realized actually, I think what happened was I became a mom. I realized, why am I not sharing these good things with parents and guardians, you know? And so I started to, throughout the day, because oftentimes the one good thing might be like a classroom moment, right? But then I started to take it, I think maybe even more granular. And I would, if I saw a student have, I don't know, that light bulb moment, right? Or the student befriended the new kid in class. I'd write it down really quickly, and then at the end of the day, I would shoot the parent or guardian a quick email, and just take the good that I saw and send it back to the classroom. Because I think as secondary teachers, sometimes we have 140 students on our roster, and so being really intentional about cultivating family relationships, it looks a little bit different for us, I think. And so yeah, I just want to take that good and share it back. And sometimes, and this takes me honestly 5 minutes, because if like we're being honest, like the template looks similar every day, you know, I just sort of change the middle to be specific for that student. And, you know, it's so powerful when a family member would respond with like, Mrs. P, like, you don't know how much we needed to hear this in this moment. Or the next morning, like, the high schooler, who, by the way, are all like twice as tall as me, like would come up proud with like head held high and be like, we got ice cream last night because of your email, you know. And sometimes there would be crickets, you know, and that's okay, because it's not, this is about like continuing to build trust. And I think trust begets connection, and connection is how we heal.
Right. And I'm glad you mentioned the crickets, because I think sometimes as teachers, when we take that extra step to reach out to parents or let them know what's going on, we're all human, and so to not get anything back from that, it can be a little bit of a, you know, why am I even bothering to do this? And it's really important, I think, to know that that's not the point of it. It's to send it out. It's even to make the gesture of sending it out. And however it ends up being received, or whether you get a thank you or anything, that's not really the point of it.
Right. It's the same, it's any kind of connection. I feel like we hope it changes. And it matters, right, for them. But ultimately, like, we should be doing it also because it changes and it matters for us.
And then the last thing, so you're documenting every day, you're contacting parents, trying to do that on a regular basis. And then what is this part about learning student stories?
So I realized that that my students who were looping with me from pre-calculus to calculus were scoring a whole lot better on the AP exam than my students who did not loop with me. We're talking 25 percentage points better.
Okay.
And I knew that it was not like their pre-calculus background, because we had departmentalized that. Like, it was pretty much like you got a similar pre-calc experience no matter what teacher you got, right? I really felt in my gut that it's because my students who had me for 2 years, who looped with me, felt comfortable with me. They felt comfortable making mistakes. They felt comfortable asking questions. And when I realized this, I just thought, that's not fair. That's not fair, that luck of the draw. Like, you have this feeling of belonging and safety, right? And it's showing up quantitatively. And so I decided to kind of abandon my first day of school procedures and decided to just sort of share my story and honestly kind of be vulnerable with my students about what it was like to have a foot in more than one culture, which I'm really, really lucky to get to teach at an incredibly culturally rich district. So we have 62 languages represented. A lot of my students know what it's like, you know, to be in one culture at school and then switch cultures when you're at home.
Yes.
And but whether they were born, you know, in another country or in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I think every teenager knows what it's like to be on the outside, right?
Yeah.
And so I tell them on that first year of school, like, I don't want you to go through what I went through, where I felt like I had to perform and I had to act a certain way or be a certain way, earn a certain grade to earn my seat at the table. Your seat is here. You belong as you are. Everyone's in. Everyone has a seat at the table. We belong to each other. But it is one thing to say that, but you really have to back that up with action, right? So after sharing my story, I then, very kind of timidly was like, and now I want to hear your story, and passed around a sign-up sheet and just invited my students, you know, if they want to come 15 minutes before school, after school, during lunch, and share their story. And Jen, that sign-up sheet was packed. I had to keep adding slots. Because kids spell love T-I-M-E, right? Kids want our time. And so now we've grown the calculus program. I have over 100 kids in the program, and so I sit with over 100 kids, which is, again, we baby stepped there. And it's just beautiful to learn each other's stories, because once you know somebody's story, grace abounds. Right? Yeah. Because you'll be like, okay, that kid is putting his head down not because he's defiant, but because he's had to sleep in his car all week, right?
Yes.
Or she did cheat on that test. We will be having a conversation,
Right.
but I know she cheated because she feels tremendous pressure at home, right? Or, yes, that kid did just cuss me out, right? But I also know that kid just found out she's pregnant. And so, like, grace doesn't make excuses, but grace makes a lot of room. And to foster that grace, I think we have to start with each other's stories.
I see so many districts putting in place behavior management systems and looking for answers and looking for ways to get these kids under control and get the discipline down. And it's so simple.
It's so simple.
Kids who feel seen and known by their teachers because they just took that time, that gets you so far down the line to accomplishing that goal. And so I just love that you did that and that they signed up. And did you get everybody in?
Yeah. And some students will say, could I write my story instead? I had one student, my first year of doing this, her mom had passed away the summer before. And she said, I needed to tell you this so badly, but I also knew I couldn't do it face to face. And so I always give my students the option of writing their story out, and we share a few emails back and forth, which is different, than like sitting in person. But sometimes I think we need that safety to sit like behind a screen, you know?
Yeah. And for some, they wouldn't have told you otherwise.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's great that you offered that as an option. So what I thought we would do, because this idea of noticing one good thing every day, it's a great idea, but I think sometimes when you're in a place as a teacher where you have just gotten to such a low place and you feel so burned out, and that may not even be everybody in this room, that may be people that you all work with who are just so flattened at this point that they're ready to give in. They might not even be able to conceptualize what this one good thing would even look like. And so what I've asked Rebecca to do, and we've kind of gone through her blog of 1,400 stories, and we've picked out some so that you can just hear, and she's going to just read these as she had them written on the blog, but I'm going to prompt her with some titles, just to give you some example of how some of them really are super tiny and kind of silly, and some are extremely moving, but it's just any old day, just if you get to the end of that day to try to figure out what one good thing can I pull out of this day to feel good about. And so that is what we are going to be doing next. So the first one we're calling We'll Help You.
November 6, 2014. One of the things I've been doing a lot for our warm-ups is having a student start a problem on the whiteboard, hand off the marker to another student to continue the problem, and so on until we finish the whole problem. As one girl finished her part, she handed the marker off to a friend to finish the problem. Her friend moaned, "No, I don't know how to do that part." I thought girl A would find someone else to give the marker to. Instead, she said, in the kindest, cheeriest voice, I might add, "That's okay. We'll help you." The whole class laughed and agreed.
Love that. So many of your stories show these kids in such a good light.
Yeah.
And that's what I love, because one thing that just gets me is when people say, kids today are just different, they're just worse, they're terrible, they can't be fixed. And it's just, they might be different, but there's still so much amazing stuff that they're doing all the time that's just little things like that.
It's little things, and I credit like this practice of reflection to like connecting me with them,
Yeah. Next one we're calling Binders.
November 11th, 2015. I gave my kids in intermediate algebra who need the state test credit for Algebra 1 binders today so they could organize their projects. I heard one kid excitedly mutter, "Now I feel like a real college student." Sometimes I forget how little it takes to remind them of their worth.
Study group.
April 28th, 2022. I have had some kids gone the last 2 days and tomorrow as well for a choir and orchestra trip. I told them that they really needed to study together while they were gone, as our AP exam is very close. This evening I received this message. We are forming a mini study group here in Colorado to work on homework and keep each other accountable! Exclamation point, exclamation point. I'll try to talk them into a safe selfie later with a subsequent photo. My heart is full.
Letters.
April 29th, 2022. My third hour has adopted an elementary class now as well to pen pal with. We've sent letters both ways once. Today I received this email from the fabulous second grade teacher. Quote, "Hi, I sent the letters to you today. I cannot tell you the pure joy my second graders had opening and reading their letters. They worked so hard. I gave them a lot more freedom this time, so I'm sorry if your students have a hard time reading some of it. I hope they still enjoy them. The kids just loved the letters. Thank you." And these were the sweet envelopes waiting for me.
The next one is differential equations.
We derived the exponential growth and decay model today in calculus, which I always love, because it's an equation kids have used since Algebra 2, but now they have the tools to actually understand its derivation. I have a student this year who just has such a beautiful mind, I don't quite know how else to describe it. He sees things most of us don't, and every time he has a question, I get excited about what kind of deep conversation will ensue. Today, as I was walking around the room, he asked about some details about the derivation and then joyfully threw his pencil on his desk. And that's why the derivative of e to the x is itself. So cool. He exclaimed, so only the two of us could hear. It is so cool indeed. Sometimes I can't believe I get to share what I love with kids that I love every day. It's so weird that we love differential equations. I get that. And yet, I found others as weird as me. What a gift.
Fourth hour tales.
The math teacher. March 29th, 2019. My pre-calc kids were introduced to One Good Thing for Free Write Fridays. My students write one good thing each Friday. I explained how I got into writing one good thing every night my first year of teaching high school. Quote, "It was a rough year for me. I was used to teaching college students who were paying to be in my class, and all of a sudden I found myself teaching high school students who were like being forced by the government to take my class." A hand shot straight up. Yes, eh? 2 questions. First, do you prefer college teaching or high school? Me, well, obviously high school since I'm still here. Another student, can you justify that answer? Show your work, Mrs. P. Welcome to my 4th hour, Snarksville, USA. I jumped on this opportunity to explain why I love my job, why I love spending my days with them. You could have heard a pin drop. I ended with something like, mostly I love that I get 180 days with you instead of 48. The same hand shot straight up. I still have question number 2. Can we have a karaoke day? And that right there sums up my 4th hour.
You know, the part about that I love the most is that you said you could have heard a pin drop when you were telling them why you love spending your days with them. And this is high school kids. They're so cool. They're too
so
cool for
cool.
that. And yet they all were captivated for you to tell them why they matter to you. It's just good stuff, Rebecca. All right, French braid.
October 24th, 2017. One of my kids has a broken hand. I noticed he was sporting a very well-done French braid. I asked if he braided his own hair. He said he did, even though it was hard to do with a broken hand, no doubt. Quote, "I have 3 little sisters, and I used to braid their hair all the time."
That's so sweet. Gum.
One of my kids asked for a pencil. I asked for his ID as a holder. Quote, "I don't have it. I can give you gum?" I chuckled, "You can just take the pencil and then go to your attendant's office once you finish this problem." I looked at my pencil holder later in the hour. There was a pack of gum sitting next to the pencils.
Community.
November 21st, 2014. I was out of school yesterday for a math competition. I had a great time with the group of kids we took, but it was nice to see everyone again today. In every single class, at least one person asked, "So, how did we do in the math competition?" They genuinely wanted to know. I love the sense of community that our students feel at this school. How did we do as if they were the ones competing. I love that. I love that our kids take on each other's victories and struggles. I love that they feel so connected to each other. I love that they took an interest in what I was doing when I wasn't with them. I just love them.
Corn dogs.
February 16, 2017. I teach a section right after lunch. Today, one of my boys waltzed in proudly and announced, 50-cent corn dogs at Sonic. I got 8. Horrified, I asked, but you didn't eat all 8, right? Yeah, Mrs. P, you gotta take advantage. My friend ate 10. Oh my, was all I was able to respond with. In the middle of the lesson, I heard a grumble. Oh, Mrs. P. Starting to regret those corn dogs? I laughed out loud. This is just so descriptive of what I love about teaching teenagers. They are not quite children. Mom doesn't pack their lunches, but also not quite adults. They think it's normal to eat 8 corn dogs. And the combo is just my favorite. It produces both hilarious and heartfelt moments every day.
Homework.
August 28th, 2018. I'm calling it. It has been a rocky start to this year. I know we'll find our rhythm, but right now we're still in the somebody needs something right this moment, every moment of the day. I can't tell you the last time I made it out to greet students by my door. I fear it's been since the first day of school. I know a big stressor is coming from the lack of resources we have right now. New books have been ordered but are still en route for pre-calculus. Our calculus student books are online, but right now I can't even create an instructor login, let alone get my kids signed up. And those two things look not big when I write them down, but they've had some ripple effects. It will all be well, I know this. That doesn't change the fact that I'm exhausted and that I feel behind already, and we've only had 7 days of school. This is some hard work, friends. Yesterday was especially hard. I was trying to get all my pre-calc kids signed up for our new online platform. Third hour was chaos, complete and utter chaos. You'd think I'd never stepped foot in a classroom. Seriously, those poor children. But in my heart of hearts, I know that they're going to flourish with having some of their homework online. I know they're going to love the instant feedback. I know they're going to love the fact that they can keep trying right away until they get it. I know they're going to love being able to see their score immediately. I also know they're going to hate it at first. It's one more thing they have to learn. Most have never had to type math before, and this program can be kind of picky. So after yesterday, I was a bit worried how last night's homework, which was online, was going to go. One of the first things a kid told me today was, I really like doing my homework that way. I am sure my face betrayed me. I know not everyone is going to take to it quite that fast, but that glimmer gave me such hope. And I have to wonder, did she know I needed that hope today? That simple hope of, the logistics will work out, Mrs. P, and when they don't, we will be patient and have grace for you. They often know what I need to hear and when I need to hear it, and they're not afraid to speak it.
Last one is Grandma.
May 4th, 2022. It's been a heavy week in the Peterson household. On Sunday, we lost Brett's grandma, whom I've also called Grandma for over a decade. She was the epitome of love, gentleness, and hard work. A one-room schoolhouse teacher, she and I would often compare notes and laugh at how different school is now, but how kids are still kids, no matter the generation. Grandma was so quick to welcome everyone in her home. She was even smaller than I am, but had the biggest heart. While we miss her deeply, her generous spirit lives on in her husband, kids, grandkids, great-grandkids, and I'd like to think in this granddaughter-in-law too. Grandma's passing means I'll need to miss the last couple of days before the AP exam, but as I told the kids today, I've never been so confident about a group, and I'm certain they don't need me anymore. They've got this. I was going to hold a study session after school today, but unfortunately our sweet son has strep, so I need to cancel that too. This evening, I received these beautiful words from a student. Hey, Mrs. Peterson, I just wanted to let you know how appreciated and loved you are. We totally will miss you these next couple days, but I really admire how you are putting your family first and showing that to your students. I'm praying for peace and comfort for your family for these next couple days, especially for sweet Jonas. Thinking of you. I can't read that and not tear up. Since this was my last day with some of them before the test, I gave test day instructions today. I told them how proud I am of them, how I want them to finish strong, but at the end of the day, this test is just a number, and numbers do not define us. It's a very tricky balance we attempt to hold as teachers, pushing our kids to do their best while also encouraging them not to garner their identity from their performance. Push and let go, push and let go. This idea that who we are is infinitely more important than how we perform is a difficult concept for both kids and adults alike, but it's one I've tried to instill in them since the beginning. It's one of the reasons we practice mindfulness in my class, because I think it's crucial we take time to focus on just our breath, to remind ourselves that we are exactly enough as we are. No need to perform, no need to act, no need to fit in. We belong already. We belong to each other. I tried my best to remind them of that today, but if I'm being honest, my brain is a little mushy this week, and I wondered if I really got across what I wanted to get across. Then another message from a student said, "I saw this earlier this week and saved it. It reminded me of what you're telling us today." I gave it all I got to see what I could do, then untied my self-worth from the end result. I know I'm supposed to be the one holding them, but today, like many days, they held me. We love and miss you, Grandma. But the example you built for us of loving without condition or expectation is one that will carry on forever.
Thanks for sharing those. Those are just 12 of the 1,400 entries that were all pretty incredible. It was really hard to whittle it down to that small of a list. So I think there's a lot of variety in there, and I'm so glad you did that. I hope other people pick up this practice. One of the concerns that we had when we were talking about this is whether or not we were platforming toxic positivity today, and we wanted to make sure that we definitely did not do that. And so this question is, does this ignore doing this practice, talking about this today? Is this ignoring all the troubling, problematic, horrific things that are happening in our schools, in the world, and so on?
So my short answer is no. Actually, I think this is exactly how we fight. There are so many opinions regarding education in America. I don't know about you, I've never changed my mind because of someone's opinion, right? Someone's Facebook post. I have changed my mind because of stories. I think stories soften us. Stories change us. Stories help us see where our values intersect. And there are a lot of people that, a lot of folks that want to hold the narrative. But as my mentor says, we hold the chalk, right? This is our profession. And to me, it's time. It is time we reclaim our profession. And we reclaim our profession by becoming really good storytellers. But I think to be a good storyteller, you have to be a really good noticer. And to me, that's what one good thing is. It is not toxic positivity. It is not looking for the silver lining. It's not even really a gratitude journal. It is the practice of noticing, and it is the practice of assigning meaning. And I learned through all this that nothing has meaning until I assign meaning to it. And at that point, anything can have meaning, right? It could have just been a stick of gum or a binder or corn dogs, right? We could have left it there. We could have left it sort of just at these nouns, right? But when I took the time to create this space, to make space for the good, those nouns almost shifted into action verbs, forgive me, English teachers. And they propelled me towards connection, right? And towards my students. I love what Glennon Doyle says. She says, I cry so often for the same reason I laugh so often, and it's because I'm paying attention.
Yep.
And we gotta pay attention, and we have to cultivate that paying attention. I think that there's so much pressure to find life's meaning, right? And there's like we can feel so like everything can feel just very big and overwhelming and like existential, honestly. And I wonder often if like the antidote to like these really big problems is to get really small and to get like really granular and become really good at noticing what's going on. Because like when we notice, things start to shift. You know, like physicists have taught us that particles at the subatomic level move when they're seen. Like the mere act of bearing witness to them changes their trajectory. I'm like, isn't that poetry? Like, and I think that's what educators do. Like when we bear witness, we change trajectories. But there's so much noise and so much chaos and there's so much fighting for like meaning with capital M that I think like unless we get small and unless we get granular and unless we fight for like meaning with lowercase m, we're gonna miss like those subatomic interactions. But to me, like ultimately, like this again is cultivating reflection and the art of noticing. It is the practice of like real joy. And I believe like joy is not binary. Like joy is not the opposite of sadness. Like joy can hold it all, right? Joy can hold the beauty and the sorrow of each story, the wins and the losses. Joy can sit with like all that we have to sit as educators and say like in the end, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm going to continue to bear witness.
I'm just remembering Sarah last night saying she's a math teacher and a poet. Yes. Yes, you are. It's beautiful. Okay. We've got a lot of people in this room who are not currently full-time classroom teachers. We've got instructional coaches and administrators, building leaders, and so on. What can people who are not in the classroom do to help teachers find the good?
Well, I would really encourage you to try like one good thing on for size. Please don't go to teachers and be like, you should do this, without like trying it yourself, right? Because that's how we know like how it's gonna sort of feel, you know? And I believe very, very strongly that habits look different for everybody. And if the habit doesn't fit you in that time or space, like it's gonna stop being a habit, right? Because it's gonna start being very legalistic and it's gonna stop doing what it was meant to do. So I would say like try it on, find like, see how it fits you. My students, we journal something good every week and I tell them like, maybe it's one word, maybe it's a phrase, maybe it's a sentence, maybe it's a paragraph, maybe it's in English, maybe it's not, you know, maybe it's a drawing. My husband found an app where it reminds him like every night to find a picture or video from the day and like write a really quick caption. Again, like, to me, this is like a little bit different than a gratitude journal. This is cultivating the act and practice of noticing and paying attention. And like if we want to be able to tell the big stories, we're going to have to notice the pieces that got us to the big. And the pieces that got us to the big are the small things. I say all the time, like the most impactful classroom practices I have are not flashy. But they, so help me God, they are consistent, right? And we talk about like exponential growth a lot, even in one of the posts. And we probably like you picture this, right? Like, oh yeah, it grows really fast. Well, in calculus, we talk about this concept called local linearity. And local meaning like we get close, right? And linearity meaning line. And the thing is like, if we get close to the beginning of this exponential function, it looks real flat. Right? And oftentimes, I'm afraid that we give up. In education, in life, we give up on practices because we haven't felt that uptick, right? And we're like still in this horizontal phase and that local linearity phase. But like, what would happen if we keep going and keep going? I'm not saying like some things certainly have a season. Like I don't want to take away from that, but I also want to sort of like encourage us that the math tells us oftentimes like we just have to keep going to feel that uptick. So I would encourage you to model it and see how it fits for size. Another thing I think is so important is that if we're not currently in the classroom, that we take some time and remind those who are in the classroom how good and important their work is, because I think current research shows teachers make like 1,500 decisions on average a day, right? And so like sometimes like we know the work matters, but we forget because we are inundated with the day-to-day grind, to be honest. And so like I encourage people to like make that a habit as well. Set an alarm, like set a calendar reminder, and just shoot a quick email or a quick text, or send like a digital Starbucks card. Volunteer in the classroom, like make it a habit to remind them how important our work is, because it's easy to forget when we're in it. But as people remind, I would encourage you to make sure it's like really specific, and not just like, I love what you're doing. I noticed how you interacted with that student, and I'm telling you, like, it made a difference, right? Or I noticed how hard you worked on that lesson, and the kids are gonna love it.
Makes such a big difference.
It makes a difference.
And I see building leaders a lot saying, I'm doing this, I'm giving them a pizza party, and I'm saying, great job, everybody, and those things are just not landing at all. It's 2 minutes of noticing something that a teacher specifically has done well makes so much more of a big difference
100%.
than 80 times telling the staff, you're all doing such a great job.
Yeah, it's exactly like it is in the classroom, right? Yeah.
Last one.
Yeah, and then, again, like I think if we are going to change the narrative, we have to know the stories. And so I really encourage those who are not in the classroom to be in the classroom in some capacity, or like scoot up really close to people doing the work, because when we learn each other's stories, we carry a piece of one another with us, right? And it changes us. But like, how do we authentically advocate for the needs of our students and teachers without really holding their stories, right? And I say all the time, like, man, teachers hold story after story, year after year. Who is holding our teachers' stories? And so if we're not in the classroom, like, hold those stories, and then any chance you get, like when people are like, oh, public education these days, you can say, listen, I was in this classroom and this is what I saw. And like, no one can argue what you saw, right? Like, no one can argue our lived experience. And so like I really believe like we fight with our stories, we change the narrative with our stories.
Yeah. We do have an ending, but we're going to pause on that and do a little bit of Q&A, answer any questions if any have come in, and then we'll move on if we have a little bit more time at the end. So, what was your very first one good thing?
I know.
Very
I should have
first
known
day.
This was coming. I
You don't remember what it is?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I have to like scroll, which I need to just do. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sure it was something little.
Got another question. How do you distinguish between hope and optimism?
Yeah, this is profound. Hope to me is like belief that my present does not predict my future. Hope to me says, I feel maybe is more actionable than optimism. I think optimism is more like, and this is perhaps, just my definition, but like optimism I think is a little bit more like, looking at sort of the silver lining, right? Hope, I think, is standing with like one foot in reality and one foot in the promise of what can be, and then saying like, I recognize that maybe the present is not the best.
Yeah.
But what can I take from the present to propel me into a better
Yeah.
future for tomorrow?
You said that you do this one good thing with your students too. Did you share it with your colleagues? And if so, how was it received?
Okay, yes. So I'm really, really fortunate that several of my colleagues or a handful of my colleagues are past students of mine. And so like it's easier to convince your colleagues that it works if they experienced it themselves. So some of my colleagues they're more used to it now, and I'll just be like, okay, I get it. I see you. I also just heard you say that lesson went really well. Like, can you speak more on that? What a lot of my colleagues have done is they have brought it to the classroom in the same way I have, where I have my students journal every Friday. And we have their little math composition notebooks, right? And the last page is called One Good Thing. And so every Friday we open to the last page, and in the margin they write the date and journal something good. So some of us do it that way. Others will do it more like through a digital check-in. Sometimes we'll have it as like the last question of an assessment or a ticket out the door. So it has to fit you and your students and your year. So it has many iterations and I think many possibilities, but it's like a question that a lot of us now have sort of gone to ground ourselves, right? Because even when we ask our students, and again, if they're journaling, I don't see it, but sometimes we'll do it more as like a ticket out the door. And you're just like, yeah, this is why I do it. Right? Like when you see them talking about the good in their lives, whether it's in the classroom or outside the classroom, you realize like the math is important, but ultimately it's not like about what I teach, it's about who I'm teaching. Yeah. And I think that simple question really can connect us.
Yeah. This is a good question. How do you manage your time? And as a secondary teacher with 100+ students with the commitment to engage with families, can you give us some practical examples? So I think that this is more about the family, or maybe not. Managing time and the family connection, how have you made that work?
Yeah, every time I add something, so the summer is just such a lovely time to reflect, right? And so in the summer I often think like, what do I want to get better at? What do I want to add? But I know like if I'm going to add something, I have to subtract something else. Like I can't just keep adding more and more and more, because I mean at the end of the day, I'm first a wife and a mom. And so some ways I engage with families. Well, let me go back to what I said about subtracting. The subtracting has often, for me, looked like I've graded differently, to be honest. Like my grading practices have changed, so that's created more time to make connections, and I don't think my students are getting like less feedback. I think I've just found different ways.
Sorry, I'm making faces at you. Can you give us a teeny peek into the change in the grading practices?
Yeah, so I mean, big thing I did was I flipped my classroom. So my students do almost their entire lesson with me. So now I'm not really grading homework. Instead of quizzing, I do checkups. And so my students take a checkup like a normal quiz, and then the last 10, 15 minutes of the hour, I put the answers on the screen. They self-check, and then they have 2 days to turn in corrections, and that is, then they get all their points back. And so I really don't do like a summative assessment until the end of the unit, because I believe they should have as much practice as possible. And because of that, then like that's really freed up quite a lot of time for me. Okay, so family engagement. What I do at the very beginning of the year is I send a little survey, and it has, just like name and all that, but really it's one question, and it is it just says, I'm proud of my child because, and they fill in the blank, and then optionally, is there anything else you want me to know? And man, reading through these surveys, and I try to take my time with them, right? Like, it is just so powerful because it's in a way the opposite of sending one good thing out. It's like, what beautiful thing do you see that you want to make sure comes in to the classroom, right? And how do I honor that? And I think it's a really powerful way to bring like parent and guardian voice into a classroom space that, I'll be honest, like it's a little bit trickier, right? And then certainly like sending good news emails, and I really like, I've learned a lot from my child's teachers. We have secondary teachers, I think, have a whole lot to learn from elementary teachers.
Yes.
But just like sending newsletters and like pictures, just like once a month, you know, of like what we've been doing in class. And again, often you get no response, I'll be honest. But then like every now and then, a parent will be like, you know what, Mrs. Peterson, I've actually been like watching the videos and learning calculus alongside my student this year. And you're like, oh. So like, we just like we keep reaching, right? We keep like offering, and sometimes like that hand reaches back, you know? And when you feel that hand reach back, when you feel that connection, you remember why you're doing what you're doing.
I think we have time for at least one more question. What tips do you have for working with educators from an admin coach role to get teachers to do this practice, especially if they're negative or skeptical?
Yeah, well, again, try it yourself first, right? And say, hey, I've been doing this, and I was noticing like it's like changing me, right? I had one instructional coach say she tried it, and she's like, someone just said like, you look different. And she's like, I know what it is. I've like rewired my brain, right? So you try it first and say like, this is how it fits me. Like, this is, you know, how it fits Rebecca. How do you think this would fit you in any sense? And I think like always asking and never forcing a teacher, like never force a teacher, is like a really important way to get buy-in. I also think like we just need one and then like a follower, right? Like we always just need that one first follower. And so I think like oftentimes we're never gonna get the whole department to do this. Okay, you're probably right. Can you get one? And can you get someone to follow that one? Because there is a ripple effect, but it takes time. And like, we want this right away, but we forget that it starts here, right? We forget about local linearity. And so, I would say like, don't be discouraged and play the long game. Play the long game.
Let's see if we can do this last one. Would you describe your personal poetic and pedagogical evolution through noticing 1,400 good things?
Yeah, I describe it as like I went from reactive to active to proactive. And I, it rewired my brain. I went from a spot where I didn't even know that I belonged, right? And I went from like desperately wanting my own seat at the table as a child to then this like evolution of proactively creating that space of welcome for others. And I think once I made that space of welcome, I think I finally found my own seat at the table.
So we had another thing we were going to do, but we're kind of short on time, and we've agreed that we're going to hang out after if anybody wants to come and say hi. But do you have a final thought to share with us as we close this up?
I think my final thought is, well, first of all, thank you for being here and for the work you do. Yeah, I think I may just read this like affirmation, if that's okay. So we have Mindful Mondays in my classroom, and we just sort of like focus on our breath. And then we end with this affirmation every Monday. So if you're comfortable, you can close your eyes. Otherwise, keep them open with a softened gaze. May today be a day where you know you are loved and valued exactly as you are. No need to perform. May you accept that love and give that love. May today be a day where you know you are safe, cherished, and wanted. May today be a day where you experience grace, both to give and to take. May today be a day where you're connected with yourself and those around you, aware of one another and willing to both give and receive help. May today be a day of joy and thanksgiving. And even if today is not a good day, may you find your one good thing. You can open your eyes.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you so much.
We focus on everybody's ability to grow, develop, and provide the resources around them to do so. No matter where they started, everyone can flourish in these environments.
Good morning, South by Southwest. Yeah.
Community is the people who you surround yourself with that make you feel good, that support you, and I feel like the community is those who you experience life with.
Your role in ensuring our young people don't give up is critical. And you need to recognize how important you are in children's lives. And you've got to be strong and visible and powerful so these young people know there's somebody there who won't ever let them down.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Director for South by Southwest EDU, and we're all really excited to have you join us for our next featured session. It's been an absolute pleasure working with amazing visionaries from across the education landscape this year, and I'm very excited to introduce our next conversation on the impactful work that is being done at community colleges across the nation to educate learners, advance economic mobility, and develop diverse talent, all with dealing with challenges of their own. Joining us this afternoon from the Aspen Institute College Excellence Program, our founder and executive director, Josh Weiner, managing director, Pascal Charlot, as well as Russell Lowry Hart, chancellor of the Austin Community College District. As a reminder, during the Q&A, please remember to ask questions through the Engage button on the session page in the South by Southwest EDU Go app. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming our speakers.
That's really bright. Welcome, everybody. Great to be with all of you here today. My name is Josh Weiner. I'm from the Aspen Institute, and we've been working for over a decade on community college excellence. We also work with four-year institutions, and what we do is every other year we go out and we research the best community colleges in the country. What we mean by that is those that are actually delivering high, improving, and equitable levels of student success. We award a $1 million prize to the best community college, and joining me here today is the president of the latest prize winner, Amarillo College, who has now moved to Austin Community College. Russell Lowry Hart. And Pascal Charlot, who is now the managing director of the Aspen Institute College Excellence Program, but was campus president of Miami-Dade, and before that, dean of the Honors College, when they won the 2019 Aspen Prize. And so for those of you who came to talk about all the things you're reading about in the news about higher ed, you've come to the wrong place. We are hearing a lot about very important matters, including DEI on college campuses, affirmative action. We're hearing about protests about the Middle East. And we also have for a long time heard about the cost of college and sometimes completion rates. And you read about those in the press. But what's missing from each of those important conversations is a conversation about the fundamental purpose of higher education. And what we're here to talk about today is the purposes that are student-facing, that are people-facing. There's a knowledge creation purpose for higher ed that we're not going to talk about today, the creation of patents and other knowledge that fuel civil society and the economy and scientific invention. But we are here to talk about are the two other purposes of higher ed, and that is talent development and economic mobility. Fundamentally, the history of colleges in this country is a history of people getting educated, putting in the work, and getting ahead in life, having a better life because of higher ed. And it's also a history of an economy that has been driven forward dramatically because we've developed talent through higher ed. It's also true that our democracy is fueled by the knowledge created in higher ed. So in a fundamental sense, what we want to talk about is what's not being talked about in the news, which is the importance of higher ed for talent development and economic mobility. Community colleges are absolutely critical to that. And we just want to talk for a couple of minutes about why that is, to make clear why as go community colleges, so will go talent development and economic mobility in our country. The first thing to acknowledge is that economic mobility is down in our country. This comes from Opportunity Insights. Many of you have heard of Raj Chetty and the research that he and his colleagues have done. But this is in birth year, based on birth year, the chances that somebody at 30 years will be earning more than their parents earned. Economic mobility is down. The good news is that for every level of higher education in this country, the chances that you will be earning more money go up, and the chances that you will be employed increase. In this case, unemployment goes down with each level of education. So that's about higher ed generally, but there's a second issue, which is talent in this country. And you've all been reading about this. How many of you have known somebody who has struggled to get into a doctor's office because of limited capacity? We're all reading about this. Nursing shortages all over this country are happening. Teacher shortages, substitute teachers. Any of you have parents who are seeing increases in the number of substitute teachers in the classrooms. Those who run companies. Here in Austin, there's a huge technology economy here, rooted in technology. We can't find software engineers, et cetera, et cetera. We're finding it in manufacturing as well. I was speaking to somebody who is responsible for implementing the CHIPS Act to bring chips manufacturing back to the country. The biggest impediment to making that work is going to be finding people who can do the manufacturing. So we've got talent shortages in this country. And in both cases, community colleges will be essential to both bringing back economic mobility, but also in filling talent shortages. Why is that? Well, we know that community colleges are less expensive than four-year institutions, substantially less expensive, nearly a third the tuition costs. And given that they're rarely residential, those costs are not incurred in the same way as in four-year institutions. We also know that community colleges have much stronger ties in real time to K-12 schools as four-year schools, than four-year schools do. This was a shocker to me when I learned it several years ago, but we probably have as many students taking dual enrollment classes now in this country as AP classes. Over 1 million students. There are colleges here in the state of Texas where half the students are high school students. These are community colleges. And 70% of all those dual enrollment classes are being taught by community colleges, the credits conferred by community colleges. There are also promise programs. We've heard about these programs to make college free. Well, the fine print is it's the first 2 years are free. In essence, it's free community college. That creates real ties to recent high school graduates that will be increasing over time. The last couple of slides I just want to share are that 38% of all undergraduates nationally are in community college. Remember, it's just the first 2 years of college. So what does that mean? That means that it's the majority of of people in their first 2 years. The majority of freshmen and sophomores in this country are not in four-year schools, they're in community colleges. 6 or 7 million students. And they're very diverse. The growing parts of the population, particularly Hispanic Americans, Latinx students, are coming to community college. That's where they're starting. Finally, community colleges have been and remain the most likely place for adults to come. 43% of community college students over the age of 22. Remember, community colleges only have 38% of the population, so it's a disproportionately high number of returning adults who are coming to be upskilled in higher ed. So if we're going to solve these problems, we need community colleges to do that work. And as I mentioned, we've been researching what great community colleges do, and we really want to share with you what does this look like in practice. What we're going to do is we're going to walk through with Pascal and Russell some examples, 4 examples, and we're going to take you through the life cycle of a student, starting with dual enrollment, moving through completion, talking about transfer and bachelor's attainment, hugely important, and then economic development, getting a job. So let's start with Pascal to talk a little bit about the other most recent winner of the Aspen Prize, Imperial Valley College. Pascal?
Thanks, Josh. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, as Josh is talking about the key role that community colleges play in the community, it's important to recognize that leadership truly matters. As we think about the scale of the challenges we're trying to address, it's important to have a big vision and a bold vision that will take the partnerships in the community to a whole nother level if we're really trying to improve outcomes for communities that have been historically left behind. And the other Aspen Prize winner, Imperial Valley, did a phenomenal job by starting with a really big and bold vision. Located in Southern California, serving a remote community that is extremely rural and dealing with high levels of unemployment and poverty, Imperial Valley drew a line in the sand. They decided they wanted to try to eradicate poverty. And in order to do that in the community, they were going to start by building a college-going culture that permeated not only Imperial Valley, but the K-12 partners as well. In order to do it effectively, they recognized the need to build post-graduation student success pathways so that students could see a future beyond the present. And as a result, the leadership developed partnerships with key universities, not only in California, but also in Arizona, and going as far as Missouri for an online option. They understood the student population needed to have options that would keep them near home, but still provide a glimmer of hope. So within the context of this bold vision, and through the post-graduation student success outcomes they were able to create, they then designed backward and worked very closely with the K-12 partners in ways that Josh just described. They reimagined the recruitment and advising process so that students could see in high school a pathway to a transfer degree. What this means is a high school student could develop an educational plan while still in high school. It's an abbreviated plan, but it makes the future real. And this is so important in communities that have lost faith and trust in education systems that have historically failed them. In addition, these advisors understood the pathways to the transfer pipeline because the universities helped to develop the core sequences that needed to be understood in order to make those decisions. As a result, dual enrollment became a strategic opportunity. Advisors could help students who understood their pathway to maximize dual enrollment courses. Why is this important? Because when you're dealing with populations with limited time and resources, they don't have either one to waste. As a result of aligning these courses through dual enrollment, it helps set students up for better credit mobility and to accelerate their ability to reach their degree. As a result of all of these efforts, what you started to recognize is that Imperial Valley started to address the barriers that would get in the way of students completing. And one of the key barriers, which is not unique to Imperial Valley, but because of the scale that they were trying to achieve and the transformation they hoped to bring to their community, became a real opportunity. And that was dealing with the scheduling challenges. At many institutions, scheduling is taken for granted. It's treated like something that's simply rolled over. It's based on when faculty want to teach. But in the context of the game that Imperial Valley was playing, they shifted the conversation so that the schedule was based on students' preferences and availability. This matters when students are working part-time and need courses in order to reach their ultimate goals. So by shifting the scheduling to focus on students' preferences, they then created clear pathways to fulfill the transfer goals that the students were aiming for. As a result of all of these efforts, Imperial Valley experienced significant gains. Next slide.
Yeah, thank you, Pascal. And the gains were a 12% percentage point increase in completion rates in just 4 years, to be clear. And that's because students arrived at Imperial Valley knowing what they wanted to do. There's really good evidence from the Community College Research Center that when students know what they want to do, they're going to finish their degrees. We have far too many students wandering through the curriculum on college campuses just taking courses. Get your gen eds out of the way is what counselors tell them, right? Yeah. That is the worst thing to tell a student. Get your gen eds. Oh, I'm just going to take some more courses. It's like I'm still in high school. No, get students connected even before they finish high school to a purpose, and they've got a shot of completing those results. It's also true that their transfer rates after leaving Imperial Valley are higher because students have a sense of purpose and have taken the right courses in the right sequence. We now want to move to, these are the results as was just mentioned. The other thing is that 60% of local high school graduates enroll at Imperial Valley after they leave. We've never seen that rate. So they're achieving the goal, not by saying, come to us, trust us, we're going to give you what you want. They're saying, we're going to help you figure out what you want and get you on the right path and make progress to a degree. So now I want to turn to Russell to talk a little bit about, okay, you've got students in school, how are you going to get them through the programs? Community colleges have increased graduation rates over a decade by 9 percentage points nationally, much more than four-year schools have. There's been really good intentional work. There's still a long way to go, but one of the leaders in that and doing that intentionally has been Amarillo College. I'd like to invite Russell to talk a little bit about what it looks like to dramatically improve graduation rates once students arrive.
Thank you. So glad to be here. Glad that you're in this space. Any moment that we get to celebrate community colleges, I think, is a moment that improves education. And I'm really glad to welcome my colleagues to Austin. Glad that you're here, the epicenter of economic transformation for our country. And I think what you've heard and what I hopefully can add is why I left universities to come to the community college sector. If you want to see transformation and innovation in higher education, it is happening at scale in the community college sector. And I have a lot of faith in my leaders across the country, my colleagues who are leading transformation. And a lot of what we did in Amarillo reflected what we learned was happening at other schools. The key to the reforms that I want to talk through is there's nothing that we did in Amarillo that isn't already being done in most every community college. The difference in Amarillo is that it was done at scale, it was done collaboratively across the institution, there was clarity in what we were accomplishing, and it was rooted in a culture of love and care for our students and each other. There were really 5 main reforms, which is really important. Your data can identify what's working and what's not working. I think the challenge that we had in Amarillo is that we were doing 50 reforms and we needed to really focus on 5, and I want to talk about 3. We got a lot of attention for our work on poverty and removing poverty barriers. Really important work and training everyone to understand poverty and root ourselves around it. And we offered clear program maps that Imperial Valley built themselves around. The 3 things that we don't often understand were the 8-week transformation, mandatory tutoring, and co-rec. So I want to talk about those 3 briefly. When I left Amarillo, over 80% of all of our classes were in 8 weeks. That accelerated learning was really important for the typical student that we served in Amarillo, that we're serving in Austin, and that we serve across the country. They're typically first-gen students of color, older adults that are working 2 part-time jobs while they're raising a kid. They cannot afford to take 4, 5, and 6 years to get a certificate or a degree that leads to a family-sustaining wage. We have to accelerate our learning, and our systems are not set up to move a part-time student through in a full-time world. So 8 weeks became really important, and being deliberate about accelerating the learning for our typical student was clear. Eliminating developmental education was transformational for us. Giving those same students that might have needed developmental education the full wraparound supports both for their lives outside the classroom and their learning inside the classroom while they were in a 4 credit was incredible and transformational. 100% co-rec, no gatekeeping, and getting students into a 4-credit course. We just had to invest our resources to ensure that we could love that student to the learning for the class. The final issue, and I think maybe the most important of all of the reforms, was clear mandatory tutoring with triggers. So if you took a class in Amarillo, we're working towards this in Austin, and you got a 75 or below on the test or the homework or the writing assignment, you had to take tutoring for 30 minutes before you could complete the next assignment or complete the next test. It was integrated into the class. Those tutoring opportunities were available 24/7. The tutor was seen as a learning partner with the instructor, and the tutoring centers and the instructors shared gradebooks, shared assignments, and walked in co-facilitators of the learning inside the classroom. Collectively, those added up to a dramatic transformation of both clarity and effectiveness at scale. Final thing, I get really frustrated in education because we talk about what we are doing and we check the box, and we don't ask ourselves the harder question of, is it working at scale? In Amarillo and now in Austin, we will be doing transformation at scale, and we will only invest in it when it's working.
Thank you, Russell. I particularly appreciate that 75% marker because it signals that we care about mastery. It signals that we actually care about students not just passing the course, but even in an assignment, learning the material really well so you're prepared for the next stage in the work. Really powerful. The only other thing I would mention is nationally, the evidence on co-requisite classes, those are putting students who might have been deemed underprepared based on the AccuPlacer exam or some other exam, putting them right into credit-bearing courses with just-in-time catch-up to get them ready. It's been shown nationally to be so much better than freestanding developmental education. Any college that's not doing it, if they're in your community, ask why they're not doing it. It's not something that the evidence is at all unclear about. So thank you for letting us know. So now we now have students getting through college, but the vast majority of community college students don't come to get an associate degree. They come to get a bachelor's degree. It's one of the things we've lost. Community colleges, when they were created, the first community college in 1901, Joliet Junior College, was called a junior college because it was the first 2 years of a bachelor's degree. Now, we don't use the term junior college anymore for good reason. These are not junior colleges. These are full-on, complete colleges. But the reality is that it remains today that something like 80% of students who enter community college say they want a bachelor's. Unfortunately, 6 years later, only 16% have a degree. And we, with our colleagues at the Community College Research Center, have just put out a tracking transfer report. If you want to learn more about how your state is doing, we've ranked all the states in how well they're doing in helping community college students get to four-year schools and then go on to get bachelor's degrees. And so the question really is, which community colleges, we gather this on the Aspen Prize, which community colleges don't just help students get an associate degree or a certificate, but actually move on to a bachelor's? And in our research, there are several tremendous partnerships that we've identified, including some here in San Antonio that are fantastic. But the one we want to point to is in Northern Virginia. And Pascal, do you want to talk a little bit about George Mason University with Northern Virginia Community College?
Absolutely. And one of the things that Russell did not mention was the important work they did to center the students in the design of all of these reforms. You know, as you thought about improving outcomes at scale, it was important who you were designing for. And we see that trend in this partnership as well. The transfer student became the student at the center of the design. And transfer students have two different identities. There's the identity coming from the two-year institution, and NOVA understood that they owned post-graduation student success, that their responsibility to the student did not stop when the student graduated, but that it was important for them to maintain a relationship with Mason to understand how the students performed when they transfer so that they could take that information back and filter it into the design of the student experience. The transfer partner, George Mason, also valued the transfer student from the perspective of the student helping to advance their mission and their enrollment strategy. They understood that they needed to create systems that would create a sense of belonging and value for those students, and more importantly, to ensure that affordability and time to degree would be achieved in order for those students to earn their bachelor's degree. As a result, these two institutions have made a long-standing commitment that has actually survived 3 pairs of presidents at both institutions because it is so embedded in the system and has reached scale in a sustainable way in the ways that Russell and Josh have been describing. This program is a dual admission guaranteed transfer that is aligned through MAPS and is supported by an advisement infrastructure that is honored by both institutions. They have developed cross-institutional governance structures to ensure that the process is not only managed, but that it continues to evolve as the student needs evolve, addressing the challenges and barriers that would prevent the students in order to succeed. The program serves 3,300 students, 40% of whom are low income, and the majority are students of color. So when we think about scale, these are the kinds of numbers that actually change the game, Josh, in the ways that you're describing. And the results of this intentionality, you see them. 87% retention, fall to fall. You're seeing a more accelerated time to degree with less credits. And students in the advanced program are saving $15,000, which is significant as compared to those who start at George Mason. And in addition, the high visibility of this partnership in the community is also attracting more resources from employers who see the viability of talent coming through the pipeline.
Yeah, the results are remarkable. Northrop Grumman, this was announced with the governor and $1 million from Northrop Grumman. I think the data point here is that the majority of these students are doing 60 plus 60. That's 60 credits plus 2 years and then 2 years. And they are admitted together. They get a joint ID card the minute they start Northern Virginia Community College. Imagine what that means for students, right? Not if you do all of this stuff, then you can apply and maybe we'll let you in, right? Not even if you do all this stuff, we're guaranteed to let you in. No, you are in. And as long as you do reasonably well, I think it's a 2.5 average, you stay. You come right through. It's changing the value proposition for students from a if-then to a yes-unless proposition. And that is, I mean, these numbers, the graduation rates we haven't had for long enough, but they're very, very high. Only 8% of students in this country who get a bachelor's degree and started at community college follow a 2+2 pathway, meaning they did 60 and 60. Right? Only 8%. The vast majority are swirling all around. The majority of these students are following 60 plus 60. This is a model that is very unusual and incredibly successful. So thank you for sharing that. So, of course, even a bachelor's degree is not the ultimate goal for students. And while higher education has a lot of different purposes, one of the most important to students is that people want a better life. And that means a fulfilling job and career that pays living wages for yourself, possibly a family. And more community colleges are being called on to ensure that their programs lead to a good job, either via transfer and bachelor's attainment or directly in the workforce. What we know is that there are a bunch of community college credentials that don't, in fact, lead to good jobs. Cosmetology, unfortunately, early childhood education, often massage therapy. These are credentials that are not leading to decent wages, and more community colleges are calling on themselves to ask the question, what should we be offering, and how do we ensure that we, through our programs and through our employer partnerships, make sure that students have a good life when they leave, that they're better off than they would have been had they only had a high school diploma. And so, Russell, do you want to talk a little bit about what you've seen in the field generally, and then I'll share one example from the field.
So much of higher ed is set up for ourselves as educators, not for our students. And we engage in programs because we like them or they're sexy and they sell. and don't allow the labor market outcomes to dictate whether we should engage them or not. In Amarillo, there were several programs that we ended because the student spending their money to get a degree in that program or certificate didn't add a cent to what they made in the field. And so in those scenarios, it's incumbent on the employer to step in. If they're not going to pay for the credential, then we shouldn't be a tool for that economic inequity. What we've learned for our students in Amarillo, and I think we're also learning here in Austin, is given the life barriers that they bring with them into the learning experience, that we can't wait for them to actually start experiencing and preparing for that family sustaining wage on the back end of the credential. We have to pull in the employers in the design of the program and as partners in the learning and execution of the program. And for our students, that work-based learning is critically important to keeping them on task, giving them clarity about what they're wanting to do, and paying them to learn. That earn and learn model for our students in community colleges actually means that they can stay in community college.
Yeah, work-based learning is so important. I would argue in four-year institutions that we've worked with as well, hugely important. So an example of this, last point just from our examples, adults in community colleges, there were about 3 million students during the last recession at around 2010 in community colleges, meaning people over the age of 25 years or older. Today it's under 2 million. A lot of what we've seen in enrollment declines have happened because adults are not there. It's hugely important for community colleges to offer the kinds of short-term training that allow adults to upskill themselves. And the reality is that unless those short-term training programs lead to good jobs, right, actually help, people aren't going to show up. They also have to be short enough and inexpensive enough for students to be able to go through them. Imagine a day laborer, somebody who's literally putting their life on the line for a construction job, a labor job, without skills. What are the chances they're going to show up and complete a bachelor's degree or an associate degree that takes 2 years? These are people who have to get work right away. And recognizing this, Valencia College, the first winner of the Aspen Prize in Orlando, Florida, has built accelerated skills training programs that have an average of $16 or $17 an hour wages with benefits. They're all industry recognized. Now you might say, well, that's not a great wage, but they're stacking and they take 10 weeks on average, right? So they're very quick. And over 95% of them are free to students. They don't cost a dime. In fact, they've recently been raising money from the United Way to pay students an actual wage so that they can replace the income that they would have lost. What's remarkable, virtually every community college has some programs like this. What's remarkable about Valencia's is that they have a wage minimum that they won't offer programs beyond. They focused in 4 particular fields that offer better wages. That it's free for students, which is not easy to do because short-term training programs don't get the same kind of federal money that credit programs do. And it's at scale. They are up to 1,000 industry-recognized credentials every year that they're delivering. And if you get a day laborer with a construction certificate to $16.50 an hour in 10 weeks with benefits, and then there's another certificate that gets them to $18 or $19 an hour in another 10 weeks, that can be life-changing. They also stack to some of the credit programs, so this is not a dead end at Valencia. This was last year 944 students. This year they say they're on track for over 1,000. 94% completion rate, 82% job placement rate, and again, 95% of these are free for students. There are worker shortages in manufacturing, in shorter-term information technology, in construction trades, any place where I bet you there are shortages here in a lot of trades in Austin with all of the construction happening. Community colleges are the means to bringing adults back, getting them upskilled, and improving their life circumstances, and Valencia has proven that that's possible. So what we'd like to do now is to just mention a few things that you can do. We know that this is a varied audience that comes to South by Southwest, many educators, but my guess is that most people in this audience, if not everybody, has a degree. mostly from four-year colleges. I know before I started doing this work, I didn't know much about community college. So one of the questions is, what can you do to help bring about the strength of community colleges? So for anybody here who's employing people at any sort of scale, work with community colleges to define specific worker needs. Get to a number and get a commitment that they're going to deliver talented people to you in the degrees that you need. And remember, if what you're hiring for are bachelors and beyond, they're still a conduit to that. They need to bring in the four-year school. But employers really need to see community colleges as not just short-term credential and workforce engines, but also liberal arts education providers. Second, anybody who's in K-12, align your dual enrollment courses with credentials of value. Partner with community colleges to develop the kinds of clear pathways Pascal described are happening at Imperial Valley. Right now, it's the Wild West in dual enrollment. Students are taking random courses. There's nothing wrong with that. Evidence shows that dual enrollment courses are more rigorous on average than the average high school course. So these are good courses. But we're leaving a lot on the table by not aligning them to career paths. So think about that. Anybody here who's a policymaker? Community colleges still are not funded the way four-year institutions are. I'm an advocate for more higher ed funding, but I was on a panel through the Century Foundation, and we had found that during the decade from 2000 to 2010, and this continues today, community colleges saw a $1 increase in funding per student. Research universities, $14,000 increase in funding per student. We've got to fund community colleges well and equitably, but we also have to hold them accountable for making sure that they are graduating more students and delivering stronger transfer and job outcomes. Fourth, anybody here who's from a university, develop scaled partnerships with community college and guarantee slots, give financial aid, ensure that credits apply, work with community colleges closely. If you feel like students aren't ready, well, get in there and work with community colleges. Don't just assume that people know that there's a misalignment of curriculum and expectations. And then finally, if you are giving to your university, consider aligning or engaged in your university as an alumni, consider aligning those efforts with community college transfer. The single biggest under-addressed issue in higher ed attainment in this country are students who start in community college, want a bachelor's degree, and don't get one. Universities have got to get in the game to own that challenge. It's not enough for them to say, well, it's up to the community college. No, it's a partnership. And universities are in the driver's seat very often. And so align your engagement with your university to that goal. So now we'd like to answer questions that you may have, and then right before we finish, I'll invite the panelists to have closing remarks. So the first question from Matt Radcliffe, I'll read them. Can you share any success stories or tips on building consensus among faculty and staff for unpopular but necessary changes? Who'd like to tackle that one?
Go ahead.
Wow, ladies first.
I love that question. It's a great question.
Well, one of the things that we've noticed is when leaders choose to use data strategically and intentionally and couple it with student voices, it can change the narrative. It actually allows you to shift the conversation from one that is politically and siloed to one that actually centers on the mission to advance the work. Now, it also helps if the environment being created is one where there's transparency and honesty and trust is being developed. It helps to create fertile ground for the kind of conversation I think that is underneath the question. But it has been extremely helpful to use data very effectively, coupled with strong communication skills to build buy-in at every level of the organization in order to change the conversation.
Data and student voice are critical. But I think we often, in education, we're all drowning in education and data. We have more data than we've ever had access to in our professional careers, and we keep asking data to tell us what decision to make. And the data is never going to tell us what decision to make. The data is going to tell us what questions to start asking our students. And so what I used in Amarillo, what we're using here in Austin are student secret shoppers. They are paid to give us feedback on how they're receiving us, and then are a part of the design. Once faculty and staff understand why a reform is necessary, that it's not some administrative plot, that it really is student-driven based on data and experiences, and they're engaged in the design process alongside students rather than it being a top-down engagement. Faculty who are typically resistant will lead the transformation and reformation as long as we understand the why and are clear in listening to students and centering the conversation around data.
Thank you, Russell. I would wholeheartedly endorse both of those. The third thing I would add is have a teaching and learning strategy. Not enough colleges actually have a college-wide teaching and learning strategy. We see this at colleges that have great results. Faculty, what do faculty do every day? They're in the classroom teaching, they're grading papers, they're advising students. Far too often we ask them to be engaged in committees on getting graduation rates up, but we're not engaging them in teaching and learning at scale. So a really good strategy to improve teaching and learning, the way the best K-12 schools do and the best community colleges and four-year schools do, is critical to engaging. So for any leader in higher ed, a dean, a department chair, a provost, a president, I would say, what is your college-wide or your department-wide, your division-wide teaching and learning strategy for excellence in learning? That's the most important thing to get faculty engaged alongside being clear with them why change is needed. I'll take the second one on what role should community colleges play in sunsetting academic programs that don't lead to economic mobility. For example, business has a higher ROI than art. So the first thing I would say is that it's not a question of a higher ROI, is the ROI enough to get you across the finish line? The last thing I want is for higher ed to stop producing teachers because they make less than financial analysts, right? That's not what we should be aiming for. But both of those cross a line where you can earn a decent living in an urban area as a teacher or a financial analyst. And we want students to fulfill their dreams. I think the first thing every college needs to do is know what the results of their programs are. We work with colleges to say, what are the actual results out of different programs? If colleges analyzed that and owned those data, they would do the right thing. I want to give you an example in art. Just because art doesn't have great average outcomes doesn't mean you need to shut art down. The Maryland Institute College of Art several years ago discovered that its students didn't have great outcomes. It is an art school for undergraduates. Its undergraduates didn't. But they then looked into it and they found out that the ones who had teaching credentials and knew how to sell their art were making much better livings. And so they embedded in their entire curriculum some education courses. You need to learn how to teach and you need to learn how to sell as part of your art program. It doesn't mean stopping art, but it does mean helping students develop those skills that will enable them to earn a decent living with the art they want to produce. So I think the key for higher ed isn't to shut down a whole bunch of programs. It's to look at the data and then decide, okay, the data don't tell me what to do. They tell me where my problems are, as Russell said. Now what am I going to do about it?
The only thing I would add is that there is a difference between an ROI for a workforce program and ROI for liberal arts. And liberal arts are foundational to learning and perspective building and person shaping. That is their ROI. Where I get concerned is in Amarillo, we closed a culinary program because the students with a certificate from the culinary program made the exact same amount in the community as students without the culinary degree certificate. So we were literally stealing money from students, forcing them into student loan debt to come get a certificate that didn't improve their financial outcome. That's the kind of questions that we have to ask ourselves, and we have to have the courage to answer it by ending things that aren't benefiting students long term.
And the reflection between Josh and Russell actually speaks to the question related to how do we ensure equity? And it is by looking at the value we're delivering to whom and for what. And there's a degree of discipline that comes with not only looking at the data, but asking the right questions with the right partners and with the right audience. And then what do you do with the answers in order to create a continuous improvement loop within the culture of your institution and across the partnerships? For far too long, we have ignored the data that has revealed that we were underserving specific populations for far too long. And so much of what's happening in the country now is trying to change that conversation, but it does require a degree of discipline in order to understand which interventions are working, and again, for whom and for what purpose. But the equity, it has to be baked into the design with an expectation of a regular cadence of engaging with the data and having the key conversations.
This notion of equity in what for whom is so important, Pascal. You know, if you focus on equity in graduation rates, you might, and I've seen colleges do this, they get a lot of students, black students, Latinx students, women of color, into these programs that are general studies associate degrees. We're going to just complete general studies associate degrees. Well, guess what? That's not going to give you junior year standing in a major at a university, and it doesn't have a lot of labor market value in most labor markets. We need pre-major associate degrees. So if you're just saying equity and completion, but not completion of what, you don't also look at equity and transfer and bachelor's attainment, equity and good jobs, you're going to be missing the boat. So this question comes from Felicia Williams Dennis about how do we ensure equity. One is you got to disaggregate the data and see what the outcomes are for different groups of students. That's something we teach in all of our fellowship programs. But then beyond that, you've got to be clear about equity in what for whom. Where are the gaps we're aiming for? You know, in a lot of colleges, the income-based gaps may be greater than a race-based gap. At others, the race-based gap may be greater than an income-based gap. Sometimes it's intersectionality of women of color who are loaded into the caring professions and these low-value credentials. We need to know who we're aiming for what particular outcome. The greater clarity gained by that, the better shot colleges have of achieving strong results.
Can I just say quickly, one of the things that has been really helpful to me is to change the location of power in the equity conversation. When we disaggregate data, I think we in education often want to talk about the gaps in equity as a student problem when it is an institutional problem. If there are, when you disaggregate your data and there are gaps in student achievement, that does not pretend to be the student's problem. It means institutionally, we have designed systems that create inequities, and so we have to look at the system design to ensure that they promote equity. And the only way you can do that is if you involve the students that are most affected by the institutional gaps in equity in redesigning the systems that they're receiving. And the little Russell sermon you're getting is that I think we like to talk about equity in education, but we don't often like to redesign our systems with an equity mindset. And so we approach equity by just offering training around using the right languages and specialized programs when our students need us to change the systems that promote institutional inequity. And the only way to do that is to engage them and actually pay them to help you redesign your institutions.
And in addition to those systems, but in addition to the systems that Russell is describing, we need the teaching and learning to work.
Yeah.
And we saw, someone asked a question about what role faculty play in these kinds of transformation. It's faculty working across both institutions to ensure that the rigor is at the appropriate level, that they're learning from one another, that there's mutual respect. You know, the advanced model, for years, the disciplines have been working together and studying each other's syllabi and figuring out how do they better serve these students. Gaining value through your education is an equity strategy. Ensuring that students are prepared is an equity strategy, and it's really powerful when the faculty own the pathway that will ensure a seamless transfer from the 2-year to a 4-year, and that's a key way faculty have played a role in these transformations.
Thank you. So I'm going to move to the next one I think we've covered. What can funders do to help catalyze partnerships between 4-year institutions and community colleges? Russell, your college has been involved in some efforts that were funded by funders. Do you have reflections on that? And Pascal, in your work with as a dean of the Honors College, you work with a lot of transfer students. Love to hear both of your thoughts about this.
So, go ahead. No, me, okay. So I love the question because I think funders have a really important role to play here, but I'm going to ask you to play it in a different way than you typically have. I don't know of institutional leaders in the country, either at the 4-year or 2-year, that aren't committed to partnerships. But where I think leaders get trapped is they don't want to actually change the systems and tackle the heart-to-heart and mind-to-mind work that has to align programs with each other from a 4 and a 2-year. And it's that faculty-to-faculty work and dean-to-dean work where we've had intentionality in building out leadership training for presidents and chancellors and vice presidents and vice chancellors. We need leadership training that prepares our deans and department chairs and faculty for the kind of transformation that they have to be at the center of. Because I can talk about it, I can create space for it, I can make it an institutional priority, and I'm doing that here in Austin the same way I did in Amarillo. But I am having to spend a lot of time trying to get our faculty and staff prepared and understand the kinds of alignment that are necessary. And we need funding in that space. And community colleges are affordable. Sorry about my colleagues at 4 years, you are not. And we need funders to help us fund that transition and transfer financially for our students at the 4-year level.
I echo 100%. Students need money. That is the #1 deterrent. They will do the work, they will be prepared to transfer, but the scholarship dollars for transfer students is never enough, so you can't go wrong in investing in scholarship dollars for students. I will also encourage you to consider how might you incentivize the long game. Because when we're thinking about these pipelines, it's complicated to align 2 institutional systems. The aim is to create a seamless experience for the students. That in and of itself is a new stream of work. And so as you're thinking about incentivizing these partnerships, how do you fund across institutional infrastructure? How do you identify positions that can be funded to work at both institutions to ensure that the systems are communicating effectively? That third stream of work that is actually the marriage between the 2 institutions is always in need of ripe resources to ensure that it's sustainable to build scalable systems.
Yeah, I agree. I would just add, ask for scale. Just as funders, ask for scale. Yeah. Far too often we have these isolated acts of excellence. We're going to have a 20-person program in engineering that's going to get 20 students through, and there are 20,000 students at the community college and 20,000 students at the university, and you're funding for 20. Really think about how to fund for scale. Ask for numbers. How many are you going to let in? What are their graduation rates are going to be? Make sure that they're treated fairly by the university on financial aid. Here's a dirty secret, not so secret, from 4-year schools. They use their financial aid to attract freshmen. So you can take 2 students, one who's a rising junior who came into that school as a freshman, and another is a rising junior who came from a community college. They have exactly the same financial condition. One of them gets more aid than the other, and you know which one that is. So ask that they treat transfers fairly, that they take them at scale. And if they say, well, community college enrollments are down, there aren't enough of them, call me. We'll share the data. We've got state-by-state data. There are right now, every year, in this country, 12,500 students graduate from community college with a 3.7 average or better.
Yeah.
They don't go to any 4-year school. They're in every state. The number is even bigger for those with a 3.0 average. These are students who are ready to roll, right? They're ready to excel, and they're not going anywhere. So
I'll give you a cell phone number after the session.
I think we'll take a couple more. What is the best source for defining value when we talk about credentials of value? Do you want me to start with that one?
Yeah, and we'll add color commentary.
Yeah, so we work with colleges to set a living wage standard in their community. There are 2 sources of that. The Georgetown Center for Education and the Economy, or Education and Workforce, has put out a basic standard Based on how old a student is, there are 2 different standards. That can be adjusted for the cost of living in your community. And then MIT has put out a cost calculator for what a living wage is. Frankly, I think what we care about is that colleges set some standard and then assess their programs against it. It matters less what the standard is than it does that colleges are taking seriously the question. Obviously, if it's for a single individual, that will look different than it does for a single individual with a kid or with 2 kids, or right? I mean, you can see that there's a lot of complication in that. Those are 2 sources to look at. But the key is when colleges start to look at the results of their programs and how they stack up with the wages that they've set, they start to look differently at what their job is. Not just access and completion, but access and completion of a credential of value, a credential that sets a student up for a better life. Moving to the next one, what makes a career center at a community college great? Are we getting the most out of our career centers? Who'd like to tackle that one?
I think what makes it great is when it is integrated into a bigger plan and not just offered as a thing that we hope students use. Career centers, when they're integrated into the learning, into the curriculum by class or by program, and are thoughtfully included from orientation and recruiting and orientation through completion, are a tool to the bigger end game, not just a resource that we offer. And I think we have an epidemic in higher education of listing all the resources that are available to students and then tisking the student tisk when they don't use it because it's not offered at a convenient time, or it's not explained in a way that makes sense, or it's not integrated into their learning experiences. The best career centers are ones that are integrated into the student experience, not just offered as something students can engage.
And the only thing I would add to that is they are also going deeper into the pipeline in the K through 12 system in order to expose students to the pathways at the college. Some of the really good ones are even going as deep as middle school and offering summer camps because there's a recognition that students need more exposure in order to understand the career pathways and the options in their communities.
Great, I think we're just about at time. Russell, can you speak about bachelor's degree program? This is the speed round now.
Okay.
Bachelor's degree programs at ACC.
There are 4 bachelor's degree programs at ACC. There's Baccalaureate of Nursing, of Cybersecurity, of Environmental Engineering, or Engineering and Software Development. I'm really proud of our trustees, one of which is sitting in the second row, Manny Gonzalez. They're seriously engaging in an ACC free tuition program that would include bachelor's because the cost of getting a bachelor's is preventing a swath of families of obtaining them. And I think it's why you see community colleges in the space of offering baccalaureate degrees. It's the cost and accessibility and the workforce needs that we're not meeting in our traditional 4-year space.
Yeah, and so if there are any 4-year leaders or folks listening to this, this is happening across the country. If you don't want community colleges competing for bachelor's degrees, partner with them to deliver bachelor's degrees in your community. Partner with them. The more you see them as competition, the more legislatures are going to say, okay, then they can offer the bachelor's degrees as well. Why not? Why not? If you're blocking off that route to a bachelor's degree or not taking credits, this is what's going to end up happening, and it should. Community college students need access to a bachelor's. Pascal, anything on that sheet that you'd like to
Yep, I will
address?
tackle, building on this theme of partnerships, the idea of wanting to lead your school district to drive a different kind of conversation with your community college. And I think it's this spirit of collaboration and common purpose that can get you there. One way to start is looking at how your students are performing at the community college and to disaggregate the data to understand by pathway and to understand which students are performing and excelling and which ones are underperforming. It's a great starting point for a conversation, and I would challenge you to help set a bold vision for your community. What are you aiming for when you're thinking about talent development for which positions through the regional economy, and which communities do you want to make sure are not left behind?
Yeah, I would just add to that one. That's the one that caught my attention as well. Look, dual enrollment is as inequitable as AP has been in this country, right? It is white students, Asian students, and upper income students who are taking those courses, and that's terrific for those students. But the reality is, for lower income students, for black students, for Native American students, for Latinx students, they are not taking dual enrollment at the same rate. So for those of you in K-12, look at the data. Where are students, even if you're in a Title I school, who in that Title I school is taking these courses? And make a commitment to changing those things. If you share those data with your community college partner, they probably will care about those inequities as well. So I would say that's another way of starting that conversation. So we're at the closing moment. By the way, there are resources up here with a lot of information. For the question from funders about transfer, we have assessment tools for 2- and 4-year colleges to assess their own practices against research-based practices. There's a lot of really practical stuff up there that Aspen has produced, sometimes alone, sometimes with our partners at the Community College Research Center. I'd encourage you to look at those things and think about how you might apply them in your work, whether that's grant making, K-12 education, higher education, or otherwise. I'll start with you, Russell, for closing remarks, to you, Pascal, and then we'll close out.
No matter what intervention you're going to base your transformation around, if it is not rooted in love and care for your students, it will never work. And what our students tell us over and over and over is they need us to love them to success through our interventions, but you can't separate the relational and personal from the work that we often engage in education.
2 thoughts. Tammy, who has a concern about general education, see me before you leave. Secondly, be big and be bold. Aim for scale. We have no more time to waste. And for too long, we've neglected populations who deserve a bite at the American dream. So don't hesitate to play big and aim for scale.
And the last thing I would just say is keep those twin goals in mind. When you're reading the press, when you're doing your work, higher education, the issues in higher education that unite us are economic and social mobility on the one hand, and talent development on the other. Who can be opposed to that? But when you actually think about what we're talking about in the work that we do, in your daily work, in the press, et cetera, we don't talk about those issues. So keep asking yourself that question. How much of what I'm experiencing, am I doing, am I contributing, am I reading about, am I learning about, is about these fundamental purposes of higher ed? All the other things that we talk about matter, but they're in service of some fundamental goals. And if we all start asking those questions, I think we're more likely to have elected representatives, more likely to have educational systems, and more likely to have communities that are investing in the critical purposes of higher education. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
When we focus on everybody's ability to grow, develop, and provide the resources around them to do so, no matter where they started, everyone can flourish in these environments.
Good morning, South by Southwest.
Community is the people who you surround yourself with that make you feel good, that support you, and I feel like the community is those who you experience life with.
Your role in ensuring our young people don't give up is critical. And you need to recognize how important you are in children's lives. And you've got to be strong and visible and powerful so these young people know there's somebody there who won't ever let them down.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julia Chatillo. I'm the programming director for South by Southwest EDU, and I hope you've been enjoying day 2 of the event. Now, this next session is really a special one for all of us Austinites, not to mention music lovers everywhere. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Austin City Limits and PBS are national treasures, and we're really thrilled to be able to celebrate 50 years of ACL by showcasing musical moments that educate, impact, and inspire. Moments that are brought to classrooms through the impactful work of PBS. Joining us are Executive Producer of Austin City Limits, Terry Licona, Chief Education Officer of Austin PBS, Benjamin Kramer, Music Specialist at Manor ISD, Elizabeth Hulse, and Austin's very own Jackie Benson. As a reminder, during the Q&A, please remember to ask questions through the Engage button on the session page in the South by Southwest EDU Go app. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming our speakers. Thank you.
Oh, sweet, they have water. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ben Kramer, Chief Education Officer at Austin PBS, and I'm thrilled to have these following panelists with me. Terry Licona, Executive Producer of Austin City Limits, who has been at the helm of Austin City Limits for 47 consecutive years. We have the recording artist, guitarist, singer-songwriter, Jackie Benson. And we have a very special guest. We sprung her from the classroom today, Elizabeth Hulse, who is a pre-K through 6 or K through 6 music educator in Manor ISD. So for the next hour, we are hoping that you will come along with on a ride with us through 50 years of Austin City Limits, a full half century of music production and sharing music around the globe. We will, whether you're a fan of Austin City Limits or of public television in general, whether you know ACL Fest but maybe don't know Austin City Limits, or whether you're just here as a music educator wanting to find out what we're here to talk about. We hope you'll all find something in this session that's just right for you. There will be time at the end for Q&A. We are hoping to block out a nice amount of time for your questions or your memories of ACL, or comments or thoughts about the future of the next 50 years of Austin City Limits. So please, if you want to ask questions, open up your app and click on the Engage button, and that will take you right into the place where you can go ahead and ask those questions, and they'll be fed up to a monitor to us up here. So without further ado, let's begin. And first, Terry, we are going to be talking about 50 years of history condensed into, 45 minutes or so of talk. So please, help us set the stage. We have an initial clip that we're going to start with. That's from the pilot episode of Austin City Limits. And I'd love for you to tell us how that moment came to be.
All right, well, to begin with, to condense 50 years into 45 minutes is a bit of a challenge. It blows my mind when I say those words that we're celebrating our 50th anniversary, but it is in fact true. It started in 1974, and to put that in a historical perspective, it was only 8 years after President Lyndon Johnson had signed the bill creating the public broadcasting service for both television and radio. And so every PBS station from New York to LA and in between, including Austin, was scrambling to try to come up with an idea for programming that we could air on this new public broadcasting service. Prior to that time, of course, public TV had been thought of as educational TV. So Austin, Texas being the live music capital of the world, I don't know if they called it that then, but such a music scene for many decades, even before then, that we thought maybe there's a way to educate and entertain in a different way, maybe something different than, say, Sesame Street or other well-known public TV programming. And so the idea sprung forth to capture the sound of Austin and Texas music in our studio up on the University of Texas campus. Willie Nelson had just recently given up on Nashville. He, of course, is originally from Texas, from Abbott, Texas, north of here. Moved to Nashville, and finally, after years of struggling to get recognized, his house burned down, and he thought that was a sign that maybe he should go home. So he moved back to Texas and decided to make Austin his home, and we were lucky enough to get him to come into our studio and record what became the pilot episode of the show, and from that point on, it is, in fact, history.
Well, let's see a clip. If you'll please roll clip number 2. This is the pilot episode of Austin City Limits.
Whiskey River, don't run dry. You're all I got, take care of me.
Nice. Feel free to move in your seats or stand up as you like.
It's hard to believe he was 40 years old when he recorded that pilot show. He's now 90, still with us, still making music.
Wonderful. So can you tell us what makes the show work? How have you been able to survive with the same essential format over these 50 years?
Well, as somebody I've just recently talked to who was saying why they love to watch Austin City Limits and have for many years, it's about real music. That really kind of sums it up better than almost anything else that I could say. And not just real music, but all kinds of real music. And that, I think, after 50 years and 1,000+ individual episodes, it really has showcased so many different genres and varieties of music from no longer just from Austin or from Texas, but from all over the world. You know, whether it's Cajun music, bluegrass music, conjunto music, hip hop. I mean, a lot of music that, especially back in the early days, never got shown or performed on national TV. You might see, you know, some reference to B.B. King in a documentary, but for B.B. King to get up and play with his band for a whole hour and for that to be broadcast to a national audience. Flaco Jimenez did our show in our very first season, and we were getting mail, I mean like real mail back in those days, from people in Vermont and all over North Dakota. They had never seen or heard of anything quite like that, but they loved Flaco and his accordion. So unintentionally, we were in fact introducing so many different genres of, call it American music or whatever, to an audience that had never seen or heard anything quite like that. And people loved it.
Well, that takes us to our second clip. We're not going to spoil the surprise. We'll just let it roll. Roll clip 3, please, and then Terry, I'd love for you to comment on it.
Treat me so mean, you're the meanest woman that I've ever seen. But I guess if you said so, I'm gonna have to pack my things and go.
That's right, hit the road, Jack. What? And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more.
All right.
That was from our 5th season, and it was a milestone for the series, but also personally because it was only my 2nd year as the producer. And from day one, I had tried to get Ray Charles to come in and do an Austin City Limits show. I remember talking to his manager in LA in the beginning, who said, Mr. Charles does not do local TV. And I said, well, it sounds like it might be local TV, but it's really seen all over the country. Well, it didn't, matter to him, but I finally managed to go and talk to Ray, the man himself. He was playing a show in Austin, and I sort of talked my way backstage, as I have always done for years, and stood in the hallway for a while until finally his tour manager said, Mr. Charles will talk to you if you have, keep it short. And I walked into his dressing room and realized it was just him and I, and after rehearsing in my mind what I was going to say, all of that just went right out the window. I was so intimidated, but I stuttered and started to talk about this music show, and he said, I know what that show is. He said, that's about the music. It's good music. It sounds good. And little did I know, a few months later, he was there in our studio.
Wonderful.
To do the show, because he got it. He knew that this show was different from any other music show on TV because we really cared about the sound to make sure that it was right, which back then, especially back then in television, nobody seemed to care.
If I understand correctly, Ray Charles' appearance marked a different sort of level for you and your work. Is that correct to say that landing Ray was...
Well, yes. I mean, like I say, it was a milestone. And after the first 2-3 years, we had showcased every Austin and Texas artist, basically. In fact, sometimes 2 or 3 times. And I just decided, part of it was my personal interest or taste in music, to stretch the limits, pun intended, a little bit more. The first show that I booked when I became producer was Tom Waits, which was about as far afield from, Willie as it gets, but it was still an incredible show musically and visually. So yeah, that's when I started to book acts from New Orleans and, way beyond Texas. No matter where it came from, if it was good music, real music, then it should be on our stage.
Tell us about Loretta Lynn. That's who we're going to see next.
Loretta, well, what can you say about Loretta Lynn, queen of country music? And she was a rebel, a renegade, whatever you want to call it. She was one of the pioneering women in country music who really made her mark and had no fear to say and sing about anything, and that's what made her the legend that she was. And getting her to come to do Austin City Limits, again, was another, major milestone for us, and we were thrilled to have her there.
Let's see Miss Loretta. Let's run the clip, please.
I think that might have been our first show that included a wardrobe change with Loretta.
Awesome.
She was great.
So the next clips, we're going to get more into kind of an explicit educational moment where we're going to show Stevie Ray Vaughan. Right backed up, and right after that is Gary Clark Jr. So tell us, if you will, the story that you've heard from Gary Clark Jr. about this episode that we're about to see and how it influenced him.
Well, Stevie and Jimmy Vaughan, of course, are from Fort Worth originally, moved to Austin to try to make their mark, and basically started playing at Antone's Blues Club from the time I think Stevie Ray was maybe 16 years old, if not earlier. And eventually, the rest of the world discovered Stevie Ray and Jimmy's music, and Stevie was on his way to superstardom. And we kind of captured him at the beginning of that career before he really took off. And frankly, he admitted after that he was kind of messed up, not handling it very well at that point in time. And then fast forward some years later, he came back to do another show with the late W.C. Clark, another blues legend who just passed away this past week, as a matter of fact. And it was an interesting way to bookend his all too short career, from when he first began to capture national and world attention to when he tragically died way too young, just a few months after he taped that show. But Gary Clark, he was paying attention to what Stevie Ray and all of the other blues guitar masters were up to. And Gary has told the story many times that he literally wore out his parents' VHS tape of the Stevie Ray show, learning note for note what Stevie Ray was playing on his guitar. And now Gary, of course, has his own very successful career. We hope he'll tape a new Austin City Limits this year as part of our 50th. He's got a new record that's out. And but yeah, he's one of many. I've heard a version of that story, same story, from so many other musicians who either learned from somebody they saw on Austin City Limits, or they were just inspired to pursue a career in music. It happens all the time.
Neat. And Jackie, you've got a Stevie Ray Vaughan story, yeah? Connected to your taping?
Yes, I wanted to commemorate, it was like an anniversary of when he had played on Austin City Limits, and so I decided to do a rendition of Texas Flood with Tamika Jones.
Wonderful.
And it was crazy.
Fabulous.
Crazy.
He would have loved it.
Yeah, I think so. I think me and him would have gotten along. We both seem like big hippies.
Let's see the clips. Amazing. So Terry, when did rap music first enter your mind as part of, or something you felt like you needed to bring to the Austin City Limits stage?
Well, it was hard to ignore because it's been around for over 50 years now. But it was always a bit of a challenge, frankly, because it's public television, and like every other broadcast television network, NBC, CBS, all of them, they had very strict standards, rules about language. Mm-hmm. And so trying to find the proper way to present rap, hip-hop on our show without having to, bleep or cut out the important part of what it is, the words. And would have been tough. It took us a while to figure that out. And frankly, eventually we did. And with a little bit of give and take, we sort of found a formula that worked. Mos Def was one of the first artists to do the show. Kendrick Lamar ranks as one of my favorite shows of all time when he came. And to his credit, including being an incredible artist, genius, he basically had the ability to flip a switch in his brain and to replace all of the words that would have been considered, offensive or
bleepable.
and replace them with words that were perfectly okay, acceptable, at least when it came to the FCC. And it was a great show. Now, you know, that being said, we still haven't done justice, in the true sense of the word, to the 50-year body of work that hip-hop represents, but we're still trying.
I heard that the audience that night was just absolutely electric, that's part of what made that show just pop in a way that many shows do, but few rise to that level.
Well, Kendrick himself said afterwards that he felt like he was playing at a festival, a small festival in our studio, which holds about 1,500 people, but it had that kind of energy and electricity in the room.
Let's watch the clip.
I swore I wouldn't tell. But once the y'all sharing bars, like you got the butter pork, two-man sale. Yeah, something's in the water. Oh, and if I get a brown nose for some bum, I'd rather be a bum than a dumb butter. Oh yeah, tell me where you and I was fucking. Now I'm running game, whole world talking. Cooked up, body wanna get the legs shuffle. Cooked up, black man taking no lessons. Oh yeah, tell me where you and I was fucking. Now I'm running game.
Just amazing. So, Terry, how has your definition of American music changed over time? Or hasn't it?
I don't think it has changed, because American music does and always has represented hundreds of different genres, subgenres, sub-subgenres of what music is. It's evolved, it's changed, of course, as it should, and as Austin City Limits has from what it was 50 years ago. So I think in some ways maybe it's evolved in a good way in my mind. And no matter, say what you will about the internet, it's given people from every generation the ability to discover, to find new music they maybe had never heard of before, cross-generational, cross-genre. And I think in that sense, you know, the world is an oyster when it comes to music today. And I think that makes it even easier, more possible for us to showcase that diversity in a better way.
And so let's switch gears in a little bit and talk about the infusion of Latin music into the repertoire. Well, you mentioned Flaco Jimenez from the early years.
Well, again, all right, so it's impossible to ignore the impact that Latin music has had just in recent years, but of course, it's been around as long as Latin culture has.
Yeah.
And in those early years of Austin City Limits, beyond just Flaco Jimenez and his conjunto sound, we had Los Lobos, we had the Buena Vista Social Club, jazz musicians from Cuba, and we featured all kinds of Latin music, most of it American or Mexican based. But as our show again expanded the musical limits, we started to incorporate music from Latin countries, cultures all over the world. I've been involved with the Latin Grammy Awards show for about the past 7 years, and that opened a whole new world of music to me, considering that, you know, every Latin country has its own genre and subgenres of music. Last night we taped a show with Juanes, who's a Colombian star, incredibly talented, great guitarist as well as singer and songwriter. And, you know, I think...
Did anyone attend the show last night? Oh, yeah.
Rosalia is another Latin artist from Spain who managed to essentially reinvent flamenco music and blend it with a mix of fusion of all different kinds of Latin musical styles. So, yeah, again, Latin music is what's happening in the world in so many ways, and everybody wants to get on that bandwagon as they should. So it'd be you know, crazy for us to ignore that or not give it its due time.
Well, you mentioned Rosalia. We do have a clip of that performance. So let's see a little bit. And I invite the audience to pay attention to the choreography, because it is pretty...
It's a departure for us in a great way.
Pongo rosas sobre el Panamera, como palmas sobre la ventana, mira. Llevo camarón en la botella, lo hago pa' mi gente y lo hago a mi manera. Flores azules y quilates, dicen mentiras que me mate. Flores azules y quilates, dicen mentiras que me mate. Con altura. Hey, let's go. Esto es pa' que quede lo que yo hago dura. Demasiado choque y travesura. Vivo rápido y no tengo cura. Y dejo mi para la sepultura.
So before we wrap up with your segment and turn to Jackie and talk about her experience, I just want to ask you what you think about the educational mission of Austin City Limits. You've talked about this notion of introducing the world to these different genres and different performers. How close is that to the spirit of the show itself?
Well, I guess it almost happened by accident, just the fact that we had this showcase an hour a week, and probably, no doubt, the most important thing I do is to book the talent for the shows over the years. And I've just always wanted to make it a big melting pot of all different kinds of musical styles from anywhere and everywhere. And for the people who have consistently watched the show year after year, that's why people tune in. At first I was kind of surprised when somebody would tell me, you know, I don't usually like fill in the blank country music or hip hop, but I forgot who it was on the show last week, and I thought it was incredible. I'd never seen or heard anything quite like that before. And so they keep tuning in to hopefully discover something new, something they hadn't seen or heard before musically. So how can that not expand your own musical horizons and educate you about a form of music, maybe motivate you to want to dig a little deeper, go to the internet and Google who or what it is and learn more about them and maybe somebody else who's like them from that genre. So in terms of how that translates into an educational setting, Elizabeth can speak to that, but I think just by its very nature of what we do and the many kinds of music that we present, it's educational and hopefully inspiring. I know it's inspiring to a lot of people who have said they wanted to learn to play a certain instrument, whatever it is, by watching somebody perform on our show.
Wow, yes. With that in mind, if you want to comment about particular episodes or performers that you've seen on Austin City Limits, again, feel free to go to the comment section or the engage section on your app, and we'd love to see which performers or performances left an impression. Speaking of impressions, Jackie, what was it like to get the call?
It was actually a message and not a call, technically. But it was crazy. I had just woken up because I wake up really late. Like I had to set my alarm for this. And I read the message while wiping the sleep out of my eye and trying to get my dog to pee. And I was just like, and then I opened the back door, and my manager is also my partner. So I opened the back door and I was like, Louie! And he was like, I know, I already got the email. I was waiting for you to wake up. It was crazy. It was and then I called everybody in my family, and only 2 people gave me the reaction I wanted because the other ones were like, the festival? But my mom, and who I call my second mom, is my neighbor she's about my mom's age, around my mom's age, and I grew up next to her. So my council of moms gave me the reaction I wanted. She was like, I told Jen, I was like, Jen, I'm gonna do an episode on Austin City Limits TV. And it was like a pause, and she was like, what? It was like this pause for dramatic effect, and it's exactly what I needed.
You taped during a very interesting time. Tell us about how that worked out.
Interesting is an extreme understatement. I taped during the pandemic. It was a COVID shutdown, and there was no audience. If you watch my episode, you'll mysteriously see that you can't really ever see the audience. It's always like close shots. And that's because there was 12 people in the building. And those 12 people were the people that have to tape the show, like the camera people. But it was okay because I had spent an entire year leading up to that, because this was taped in October. So from March all the way until October, I had done 200 live streams. And so it was just like a super, 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 super fancy live stream. That's kind of like what I was telling myself as I was just mentally preparing for the opportunity.
But still, there's something about, whether it's Austin City Limits or just playing a live show with a live audience, that feedback, that energy you get back, from the crowd, just wasn't there at all. And yet, to her credit, you kicked ass on that show, along with the other, I think, 5 or 6 tapings that we did during that pandemic time with no audience. People just got up there and they do what they do every other night.
Ironically, I think that if there would have been a big audience there, it would have thrown me off. I hadn't played in front of an audience for 7 months. I just think it was so crazy how perfect the conditions were, even though they were very unsatisfactory circumstances. I think it's really crazy that it worked out like that. I think I might have been a little deer in headlights if there would have just been like, hey, you can't even go to 7-Eleven. Now go play in front of 3,000 people. Like, it would have been wild. So
But you'd be willing to come back and try it in front of 3,000 people, right?
No, I'm more than willing. I believe you owe me a do-over.
Backstage, Jackie was pitching Terry on, not just for her sake, but for all the pandemic artists to do a pandemic
I
do-over.
speak for all of them. I think they would like a do-over as well.
What do you all think?
Sure it would be unanimous. Sure it would be unanimous.
Yes, yes.
We're about to see your clip. You have to tell us about the dress.
Yes, I do have to tell you about the dress because I'm pretty sure if you've seen the episode, you probably wonder about the dress. So not only was this taped during the pandemic, it was also taped during the George Floyd protests. We were hot off those. They had happened earlier that year, only a few months prior. And the world was at a standstill. And I know it's hard to remember because maybe your brains have trauma blocked it out. But if you could go back in time, you could cut the environment with scissors. It was thick. And if I would have gone on the show and not done that, it would have been disingenuous to the stuff I had been talking about online. I had put op-eds in the paper about this kind of stuff. I had just gone toe-to-toe with Blues on the Green, talking about how, accusing them of racist booking practices leading up to that point. I had established myself as this person who's not gonna let this kind of stuff slide. And so I had to be consistent with that. And not only that, the show reruns. So if you have a message and you put that message on the show, they're not just gonna see it that one time. They're gonna see it again, and they're gonna see it the next year, and they're gonna see it the following year, and then it's gonna go in the archive. And that is truly the reason why I did it. It was a platform that continues to air.
Well, we're about to see Jackie's amazing talent and her amazing dress. Please run the clip.
Like wine, the dead man knows it all. And why I feel alone. And why I try to blame, but always fall back to earth.
Well, Jackie's clip and Jackie's presence here gives us a chance to take a little detour from the panel discussion and for me to show you another way that we have been working to preserve the legacy of Austin City Limits and to make it an explicit educational venture in classrooms around the country for free of charge. If we can switch to the slideshow, please, I would love to show, next slide. Can we go to the next slide? That's us. There we go. So PBS has a free national platform built for educators called PBS Learning Media, and it contains content from all the way from pre-kindergarten through 12th grade, drawing from the PBS Kids repertoire, as well as from general audience content like Nova, Nature, Ken Burns, American Experience, and Austin City Limits. And during the pandemic, we made a decision that we wanted to start pulling clips from Austin City Limits of key episodes, key moments, and write lessons around them. We commissioned music educators, and they focused on different aspects of whatever the clip itself spoke to them, whether it was the genre, the song itself and the lyrics, the style of performance, the social historical context, whatever inspired them to write these lessons. And so one of the takeaways we hope for this session is that all music educators, and can I get some applause for music educators so we can hear? Beautiful. We hope to give you this tool that you can then take back to your classroom. So the main website is pbslearningmedia.org. That takes you to the homepage. And then I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough on how to get to the Austin City Limits collection. So at the top, there's a search bar. And so you type in Austin City Limits, and then we'll go to the next slide. And that will bring up 200 2,294 search results, so that's not helpful yet. So you can see at the top there are some of the lessons that are popping up, but we want to drive you down to the collection filter. So click on the collection filter. That will take you to the next slide, please. And then we're beginning to see some of the lessons in the collection from both Season 1 and Season 2. And Jackie's piece appears in the Season 2 collection where we focused on singer-songwriters. And so we can go ahead and click on Jackie. And that will take us to the next slide, where we have highlighted the song Back to Earth, the one that you've just seen, and the lesson focuses on timbre in the performance. Centered in the screen, of course, is the music clip itself. We pulled the song and all songs in their entirety. We feel it's really important for children to see a song performed from beginning to end. And then at the right, we have tools for teachers. So support materials that they can click on, and it'll pop up and bring you tips for teaching for different grade levels. Again, depending upon the particular song, particular performance, that's where our music writers, our lesson writers, determine that the content best fit. And then we also wanted to provide the youth a chance to see the lyrics to all of the songs. And so that's the next pop-up. So you can see when you click on lyrics, you get that pop-up menu. We've been asked why we did the pop-ups and not as downloads. The main reason is we wanted these to be accessible. And so these are accessible for the blind and visually impaired, as well as being useful for all audiences. So that's a really brief run-through of how to get to Austin City Limits, the collection. Thank you. We can go to the next slide or return back to the main screen. Actually, let's return to the stream because I now want to talk to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, now's your chance. You used Jackie's lesson.
Yes, I have.
How'd it go?
So I did this lesson both as a sub-plan and as a lesson in my classroom. And what was really nice is the discussion questions lend themselves really nicely to go into a Google form. When you need a sub, it worked out really, really nicely. But when I did it in my classroom, we watched the whole video, and the lesson being on timbre, or the sound quality of instruments or voices, was what instrument is Jackie playing? So we watched it, and my students were like, well, it's a guitar. Yes. How do you know it's a guitar? Well, it looks and sounds like a guitar. So pulling out more questioning from the students on why they know it's a guitar, right? It's not the drum set, it's not the keyboards, it's not a ukulele, it doesn't have 4 strings. Then it was well, what kind of guitar? Crickets. And there's the one timid hand that goes up and like, bass guitar? The other hand, maybe electric guitar? So we finally get to the word acoustic guitar, and they're learning this word acoustic. And then the question comes up, well, why on earth is it an acoustic if it's plugged in? So now,
that's a good question.
So now we start talking about amplification, and we've gone down that road with it. And as we've talked about just the instrument, more questions of, why is Jackie playing an acoustic guitar and not playing the 2 electric guitars that are sitting on the stand behind her?
Because I'm a greedy guitar player and I like to have a million guitars.
So all of this, these other questions that come up from the students. So we've talked about this, then we talk about the timbre of the guitar, how she's changing the sound. Well, she's playing lighter to have softer sounds, louder. She's playing harder on the strings. She's playing with the little plastic thing. Okay, cool, now we're talking about what a pick is, right? All of these new things for the students. And it's really nice going through the lesson because it has all these guiding questions to help you, and going through, there's activities as well. And one of the activities is exploring timbre in your classroom. And so with my 3rd graders, when I did this, we're exploring xylophones and different ways you can play with mallets on the instrument. And my 4th and 5th graders, we are currently doing recorder. So when we're going to talk about different ways to explore sounds on the recorder, when you've got a class of 20, exactly what that sounds like in your brain is exactly what my classroom sounded like. We've got kids playing the high and loud game and taking it apart and blowing it on all ends and blowing it like a harmonica. And but it was a great moment for these students to be able to explore timbre, right? And do it in a way that's meaningful to them. So the lesson itself was great. And the fact this is a high quality video and a high quality performance that the students are seeing, a lot of questions came out of watching this video instead of just the guided questions that I was giving them. Like, was Jackie's guitar solos improvised or were they written out?
Oh, the question of improvisation. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It both is spontaneous and not spontaneous at the exact same time.
So yeah, it was really cool to see all the questions that kids had. It pulled out this, critical thinking for the students. It pulled out, just their need to want to ask the questions and find out more beyond what I was just asking them. It's because kids are naturally curious; they want to know. And so it was really cool to be able to have that opportunity to talk to them. And we sat and we went through the lesson, but even after that, it's like, okay, we're going to answer questions. I might know some of the answers, like why the acoustic guitar is plugged in, but then we're getting on the internet or we're speculating. I don't know why Jackie's playing the acoustic guitar. What do you think? And having those conversations. And I feel like it's important to the kids to have that. It makes them feel heard. Their questions are valid. And it really helped build the community in my classroom.
Speaking of community, at what point did you tell them Jackie's from Austin? And what?
I told them at the beginning when we were watching when I set up the clip for them, this is filmed in Austin. Jackie is from Austin. And I don't know how much that hit them, that like, oh, okay, it's in Austin. But that's how I set it up.
And then today, you told them you were going to meet Jackie.
Yeah, today I told my students that I was going to be here with them, and my third graders lost their ever-loving minds that I was going to be here. My fourth and fifth graders were like, okay, fine, whatever. But my third graders, like, can we watch this? What are you going to talk about? Like, they were really, really interested.
We got to get that picture or else they're never going to believe you.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So, Elizabeth, one thing I think it's important to let folks know, this is not a full curriculum. Austin City Limits Lessons from the Show is meant to be a supplement to the curriculum that you're using. So talk about ways that you've used Jackie's lesson or other lessons that you've seen and used to supplement what you're doing.
Sure. So the lessons fit seamlessly into the state standards and music concepts that are already being taught in the lesson. Like, we're doing timbre. Oh, great, we're doing recorder. This is a great connection. We did the Billy Strings episode, which is all about tempo. And I did that with my second graders. We were already studying tempo. We were already studying, the speeds of music. So why not just put that in there and have a high quality performance for them to watch and see it in real context. I recently did the Ruthie Foster clip, and with the backup singers, I figured out the pitches and we played that on recorder along with her, with her video, and the kids thought that's something my fourth and fifth graders absolutely loved. Jam session. Yeah, it was total jam session. They loved it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we actually have the Billy Strings clip. Let's go ahead and play that. Tempo. You'll see.
At first when I found her all covered in the dew, the stars had all faded, the day was brand new. Daisy, red daisy, growing on a hill, sunshine falling on her petals so fine.
That's some tempo. Wow. All right, well, team, this idea of these lessons living on a platform that's free of charge, that's available around the country to educators everywhere. How does this change, Terry, how does it change your thinking about Austin City Limits and its legacy? And Jackie, how does it change your notion of your music living in a new and different place?
Well, for me, I don't think it's so much as changed my thinking. It was just a dawning of a realization that frankly had not occurred to me, that it could potentially have that impact, that value in a classroom setting versus someone who's sitting at home or in today's world watching it on their phone and either learning something or just experiencing something that way. Beyond just pure entertainment. Of course, there's a lot about Austin City Limits and the music we have that is pure entertainment. But it goes so much deeper than that because it's not just an artist or a band coming on to do one song or a piece of a song you might see on YouTube. It's the whole show. It shows the artist, the variety, versatility, the whole scope of what their music is all about. So I think it is, again, like I say, a realization that there's more to it than meets the eye or ear.
Jackie, what do you think?
Well, it's just like super righteous, dude. Like, the world is so dark and scary and horrible. And like, it's because of the attack on education. Like, a lot of the terrible things that we're living with right now are because we haven't funded education in how many decades, right? So the fact that it's all free, like, righteous. The fact that you guys really care about the quality of it, and like, it's all about real music, the quality of that in itself is a lesson to people who want to produce shows, to people who want to, it's so righteous. And also, to get even more existential, I don't want to get to the end of my life and then find out that I was a parasite on society, that I just took and took and took and put myself at the top and didn't send the elevator down and didn't help anybody. I can't stand people like that. People like that are the reason why the world is so dark. And it scares the hell out of me, the thought that maybe I could get to a place where I could also be a parasite. But if I have a free lesson on the internet forever, at least that's like a tally in the direction of not being a parasite. Do you know what I'm saying? And not being a self-serving, like, oh, I just want to be famous. Like, I can't take it, you guys. I'm allergic to it. I'm allergic to it. It kills me. So, like, thank you for helping me not be a parasite. Appreciate it.
We are very grateful for you, just the way you are. Thank you.
As Fred Rogers would say.
Yes.
And it, at the risk of sounding like a PBS pledge drive, we have been. Austin City Limits has been giving back for 50 years, so that when you and others do write a check or use your credit card to donate, contribute to PBS, your local PBS station, or our friends from corporations or foundations or wherever the money comes from, it all goes towards programming like this, like Austin City Limits, among the many other PBS programs that you won't find, I promise, on any other channel, cable, or network.
So what you're saying, Terry, is that you too cannot be a parasite. You too can have a tally.
Our operators are standing by.
You too.
It's all true.
So Terry, tell us what's in store for season 50 and beyond.
Oh my God. How much time do we have left? No, not enough. It is our 50th anniversary. We knew it was coming. We've talked about it literally for years. So number one, we're going to continue doing what we've been doing for the last 50 years, and that is showcasing all kinds of music. We've done 2 shows so far. Our first show for the new season was with Austin's own Black Pumas. Great way to kick off the 50th. Last night, as I said, we did a show with Juanes. We have 18 more tapings coming up, yet to be determined. I'm still in the process of booking all of that. We're going to do a primetime PBS special in October. That'll be a 2-hour show that'll air sometime after the first of the year. We have big plans around the actual date of Willie's original pilot show, which was October 17, 1974. And we're going to do a show on October 17, 2024 with, we hope, guess who, and others, to be determined. I mean, that's the actual day of, and who would have thought 50 years ago? So, but ACL is obviously a national TV show, so we want to celebrate with our national audience. but it's been such an important part of Austin. The community of Austin has gotten behind this show and rallied behind it through good times and not so good for all of these years. So we definitely want to engage with the community, whether it's the schools or a block party somewhere or a gallery exhibit somewhere in Austin over the next 12 months. We'll be all over the place. And we're excited about it. It's going to be a lot of work, but we want everybody to come and join in and celebrate.
All right. Very good. Congratulations. It's now time to turn to questions. So if we could pull up. Oh, here's a good one. Who has the most appearances on ACL?
No surprise, it's Willie, because beyond the pilot, he's appeared in his own episodes many times over, but also as part of another episode as a guest or on a little songwriters in the round that we have done over the years. So Willie, and then second is Lyle Lovett.
Second is Lyle. All right. Okay, Terry, I know it's an impossible question, but what is your all-time favorite performance?
That's an impossible question because when you look at 1,000+ shows, you know, the ones that stand out are for different reasons. I do point out the Stevie Ray Vaughan 2 episodes because of the fact that he so much represented what Austin, the best of what Austin music was all about at that time, and the fact that they bookended his amazing but very short career, and it was so powerful and emotional once he had gotten completely clean and sober and came back to do the show. There was a spiritual thing, a quality to it, and then all of a sudden he was gone. So that really stands out to me, maybe as much for emotional reasons as the music. And beyond that, I could give you my top 10 or 20 maybe, but again, we don't have time for that. Right?
Last night's was pretty good. The latest one, maybe that's your answer.
Often it's like my favorite show is something from the last year or two that we've done with maybe an artist who hadn't done the show before that. So,
Jackie or Elizabeth, do you have any favorite episodes that you can?
I believe that there's an episode where Stevie Ray Vaughan breaks a string, but he keeps going.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's talk about EDU on that one. I have, prior to seeing that, I had broken strings in the middle of a show, and it was like, oh my God. It was just as horrifying as you guys would imagine. Like, what do you do? Like, what if you're in the middle of a solo? It takes like 45 seconds to switch guitars. You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? And then I saw that clip, and I was like, oh, you just make it work. The string you're on breaks, you just go to the next string down. And I learned that from that moment.
I would know, I don't play guitar, sadly, but isn't it hard to break a string on an electric guitar, say, compared to an acoustic?
It's extremely easy to break a string on an electric guitar.
Oh, it is?
And it's a very common problem. And at that point, it had happened to me so many times that I thought it was going to be the death of me. And then I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan just handle it, and I'm like, oh, you just handle it. Got it, my bad.
Effortless. That was crazy.
Pretty crazy.
I am with Terry. There's so many episodes that it's hard to pick one. I'm leaning towards this past season when Rodrigo and Gabriella came through, and they did the collaboration with Austin Symphony. I thought that was just a wonderful episode, which could also make for a really good lesson for students
Point
as
taken.
well.
We had never done anything like that, a show with our symphony orchestra here in Austin. And if you don't know them, Rodrigo y Gabriela, this incredible guitar duo from Mexico, check them out or watch this episode. It's probably posted online now, or at least it will be again at some point.
In what ways does ACL engage with diverse communities and voices, both on stage and behind the scenes, to ensure inclusivity and representation in your programming?
Well, that gets to basically the booking process for the show. And of course, as I said, we do 20 tapings a year. And so they don't just all pop out of my own brain. I've got a team of people who work with me, and we toss around ideas all the time, and I get plenty of ideas and suggestions from people, everybody, you know, my neighbors, my plumber, people I meet on the street or at a restaurant, and which is great because frankly, some of the bookings have come from suggestions like that. But every year, and it's really easier than it seems to come up with a mix that really does represent the diversity of music that is out there. There's so much great music still being made today. People who say that today's music is not as good as it used to be when they were going to school or growing up, they really are. It's just not true. So, but we tried the best we can to come up with the right balance between genres and genders and diversity across the board. In today's world, that means a lot more than it used to, frankly. Because when ACL started out, in the first couple of years, it was predominantly white male artists. No surprise, right? The music business has come a long way, but not long enough since then. And we have featured some really amazing female talent from different gender identities across the board, and as I say, from all over the world. So there's not much, if anything, that we haven't quite gotten around to yet, but I'm sure someday we will.
Has there ever been any pushback, like take us back to the good old days, or,
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There is.
There's always going to be internet trolls, man. Always.
And how do you respond?
Sometimes we don't, or we simply say, we're sorry that you didn't appreciate whatever the episode was that they were, not happy with, and just keep watching, and hopefully you'll find something that you like, or or not.
Basically say take it or leave it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, what else? What can you say? We're not going to try to convince people why we booked such and such an act or band to come and to do the show. But it does happen. I mean, it is true that most people, frankly, listen to the music they listen to in college or in high school, and whether it's because they don't have the time or they don't have the interest to go searching for new music or to listen to music they might not find on a radio station these days or from their own Spotify list.
I'd like to add to that. Proof is in the pudding. If you watch ACL over the years, it's incredible diversity. Also, you have a really great diversity of major label, independent label, non-signed. You don't discriminate. You don't have to be a pop star to get on ACL. It's really amazing like that. Also, zero pushback from production team when I told them my idea for the dress. And I'm not the only person who's used ACL as a platform to get a larger social message out there. So not only is the proof in the pudding on the diversity of booking, it's also whatever the artist believes in, they also support. So we appreciate you for that.
Yeah, and there are plenty of examples of that down through the years. Thank you, Jackie. We did a taping some years ago with Andra Day, who's an incredible singer. And the taping happened to be on the same day as the horrific shooting at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. And her hit song at the moment, the song she was best known for, was called Rise Up. And she performed that song that night, of course, and dedicated it to the victims and families of that shooting. And the next day, we posted the clip of that song, and I think we had something like 2 million views in 24 hours or so from people who had heard about it and watched it. I mean, again, that speaks in a different way, certainly unexpected, to the impact that the show can have by giving that artist the platform, not just to sing the song that everybody knew, but to really put it in a context that was different.
Well, turning from that to dishing a little dirt, is it true that Willie has his own private suite and balcony at ACL?
Confirmed.
No, but he does have something that nobody else has, and that's a statue of himself. True.
There's the balcony with his cutout on it, and they call it the port, the Willie's porch.
It's the smoking porch. It was.
I feel like that's his own private.
It was kind of an afterthought, but it's just steps away from the dressing rooms backstage, and it is actually a porch where people can go out and smoke whatever.
And there's a Willie statue with a smoke in his mouth, and he's smiling at you as you're getting your smoke on. Confirmed. I'm just saying.
And you can see it from the street. I don't know how many people
yeah.
think that that's maybe actually Willie up there, but who knows?
Who knows?
His own private suite. Question for Elizabeth. What's the youngest grade level you've taught an ACL lesson to?
The youngest grade level was 2nd grade. A lot of the lessons on there are 3rd through 5th or 6th through 8th, but as you look through the lessons, it's important to know your students. And so even though a lesson may be for 3rd through 5th grade, Well, I know that the Billy Strings lesson was going to totally work with my second graders, and they would be able to handle it. So that's the youngest I've done, but I know that there are some lessons on there for K through 2.
We do have a couple. I want to say On the Road Again with Willie
Yes.
is one that works for kinder. And there are a couple of them for kindergarten as well. All right. Terry, how do we get tickets to ACL tapings these days?
That is the most common question, not who's your favorite show, Terry. How to get tickets, right. They are, a good number of tickets are still distributed by a public lottery. And really, it may seem a little old school, but if you go to our website, acltv.com, I'm sure you could find it through Instagram as well. That's a way to sign up for tickets. And generally speaking, and I think a lot of people are surprised about this, it's easier than you might think to be able to score a couple of tickets to come and to see.
I'd love to know that, because I've put my name in for a very long time and have never once gotten
Wait,
tickets
really?
to a taping.
Oh, well, now you have a shortcut, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
We'll take care of you.
And we should also say all tickets or all passes are free of charge.
This is true. That's been a tradition from day one. You know, for the first 36 years, the show was taped at the original studio, Studio 6A, up at the University of Texas campus, the Communications Center. And back then, especially, it was considered like the best, cheapest date on campus because the tapings, the music was free. We even served free beer to people as they came in, which they don't let us do. TABC doesn't let us do that at the new place downtown. But, and the audiences were very enthusiastic, you know. Even,
Loving,
back in those
yes,
days.
Yes.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
All right.
So.
Well, it's time to wrap up. I want to thank you all very, very much. Elizabeth, thank you for taking time from your life in school.
Anytime.
Jackie, thank you for waking up and coming to see us.
No problem. No problem.
And Terry, thank you for taking time out from an extraordinarily busy 50th season. It's been a real pleasure talking with all three of you.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for coming out
Thank
today.
you.
When we focus on everybody's ability to grow, develop, and provide the resources around them to do so, no matter where they started, everyone can flourish in these environments.
Good morning, South by Southwest. Yeah.
Community is the people who you surround yourself with that make you feel good, that support you, and I feel like the community is those who you experience life with.
Your role in ensuring our young people don't give up is critical. And you need to recognize how important you are in children's lives. And you've got to be strong and visible and powerful so these young people know there's somebody there who won't ever let them down.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, like the call and response. I'm Kayla Myers. I'm the programming manager here at South by Southwest EDU. I'm so thrilled to be introducing our last featured session of today, because when I started teaching media studies and writing back in 2014, the concept of media literacy was still reserved to the realm of academic conversations. The really good news is that now everyone is talking about media literacy. The bad news, well, I'm going to let our panel explain that for you all. So please welcome to the stage co-founder and chief audience officer of Capital B, Akoto Ofori-Atta.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to guide this very important conversation today. And I'll start by introducing my panelists. Erin Giger-Smith is a writer and editor at Brennan Center for Justice and its new initiative, State Court Report. She is the author of the book, Thank You for Voting, and its companion, Young Readers Edition. She's a journalist who has written for many publications, including the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and Reuters. Also joining me today is Shaniqua McClendon. Shaniqua has worked in politics for more than a decade and is currently the Vice President of Political Strategy at Crooked Media, home to the popular podcast Pod Save America. In this role, Shaniqua leads the creation of their voter and volunteer engagement program, Vote Save America, that's raised more than $55 million for progressive candidates and causes. Prior to Crooked, Shaniqua began her career as a White House intern for President Barack Obama, and then went on to Capitol Hill, where she served as a policy advisor and a legislative director, where she spearheaded the creation of the very first congressional bipartisan HBCU caucus. So, Shaniqua and Erin, welcome. So we promise that today's conversation will not be all doom and gloom, but we do know, we're all here to learn tips to help us navigate this era in which misinformation is running rampant and is having a lot of implications for American life. But I do think it's important that we start by grounding ourselves in the problem and what we're facing right now. NBC News reported that mis and disinformation is posing an unprecedented threat this year. And that the country is not well prepared for it. Claims about election fraud have really shaken people's faith in democracy. There's emerging technology, AI specifically, that is making it easier to spread lies at warp speed. Big social media platforms are pulling back on the safety nets that they had put in place to keep a check on political misinformation. And that says nothing of the foreign influences with interest in destabilizing our democracy. So not a lot at all, right? But it's such a huge problem, and I want to start by asking you all, what part of this mess is keeping you up at night?
All of it. But it's both the vastness of it and how mainstream it is. So I think in times in the past, we thought if we read the news and keep up with things, we're maybe immune from it, but it's not. Any of us can fall victim to it or not be paying attention to the right thing. And it can attack every part of elections. So for lack of a better word, tricking people about dates or where to vote or how to vote, but also the heart of election integrity, of spreading voter fraud, disinformation is not going to go away. I think what most keeps me up at night is, are we in the media going to do a good job of predicting what this election cycle's vote by mail is? Because I think we were caught a little off guard last time for a lot of reasons. Obviously, the pandemic pushed vote by mail into the forefront, but we weren't prepared for it to be such a target of disinformation. So I hope we do a better job of predicting that. I think we are, with room for improvement. But that's what makes me sleep a little better, is I think we're better primed this round and understand that predicting and preparing both ourselves and the public is a huge task, but we have to be doing it every day.
Optimism, see? I told you.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try to bring it back every time.
Shaniqua, how about you?
Yeah, similarly, just about everything is keeping me up at night. But I think the specific things, first and foremost, is the intentionality behind the spread of mis and disinformation. It's, not as if people are, well, some people, but mistakenly sharing stuff. There's a lot of intentionality here now, and purposely trying to disenfranchise people. And because our government moves a lot slower than technology, which is another thing that is just making it a lot worse, these bad actors are able to just move a lot quicker in spreading misinformation, and it's, before a lot of people even realize what's going on. You think about the digital divide. I grew up in a very rural part of North Carolina. We got a computer when I was in high school, but it didn't have internet. So, you think about the gaps in just technology literacy that people have, and you pair that with media literacy, which is not something that our country has ever been, super great at. And it just creates a perfect storm for people to get information that they might think is true. When people think about the internet, they think about something that's accurate. It's technology, it must be right, but it's a tool now that's being used to trick people. I hate to say that. And the reason I hate to say trick is another part of this. People want to feel smart. People don't like when they are being made out to feel dumb, and the thought that you could be, tricked by some kind of conspiracy theory or information that's put out that's not true. People are resistant to being told that they're wrong or they don't know what they're talking about, which is, with stubborn people, it's hard to get through to them. And then finally, there's always some kind of kernel of truth that people leverage when they're spreading mis and disinformation. I think back to, I think it was 2018, there was a race in Alabama or Arkansas, and there was a Democrat who people seemed to think might have a real opportunity at winning. I think it was a House seat maybe, but the Republican campaign put out this ad, it was a radio ad, and it was two black women talking about a white woman accusing a young black man of rape. And the two women speaking were just so upset and like, how could she do that? Just really playing on a lot of this country's history, a lot of distrust within the black community. And again, we look at this country's history, there's some kernel of truth there, but it's being exploited to make people believe other things. And essentially that was so that black voters would not go out and support this Democratic candidate. So, all of those things kind of come together and just make all of this really hard.
Mm-hmm. You both touched on some really important points that we're going to come back to. But first, I want to talk a little bit about how things have changed, right? So at Capital B, we recently reported on disinformation as the new literacy test. Campaigns to mislead Black Americans and ultimately suppress their rights are not new. After Reconstruction, we know that the South put forth measures like literacy tests made up of questions that were impossible to answer to prevent Black people from voting. And what we're seeing now is sort of a media literacy test, right? Like, can you discern between what's real and what's not on your Facebook feed? Can you tell if you're getting a robocall and whether or not that's misleading you? And for us as Black journalists serving Black readers, it's been really important for us to point to deceptive tactics and how they've morphed over time to suppress our rights. And I'm curious, from your point of view, where you sit in the work that you do, what is important to note about what's changed and what's different now?
Well, I mean, I thought that story made such a great point, because that is what it is using new tactics to get to the same bad intent, which is to get people not to vote or prevent them from voting. But in a way, at the time of literacy tests, those were legal forms of discrimination. And then after voting rights were better protected, and especially after the Voting Rights Act, there were continued discrimination that was illegal in form, and there was a ways to fight it. The courts were the ways to fight both of those things, and enforcement of the laws that we had. The issue now that is more difficult in a way to wrap your head around is that these things, many of them aren't necessarily illegal, especially if you're just spinning things that have a kernel of truth, as Shaniqua said. And so you can't always fight them in the courts. There's often not time to anyway. And so it really is having to face them head on, anticipate what's happening, and try to prevent it. One of the things that the Brennan Center is doing that I think is so interesting, and it's not something I'm working on personally, but I've enjoyed hearing about, is they're really working with election workers nationwide to hear what disinformation they're facing and kind of trying to crowdsource how to fight it. And so I think things like that are so important, and the more people know about them, the more you can trust the system a little bit. But we have to be so guarded. It's difficult. It's like an amorphous problem that you have to fight every day. But you're absolutely right that it's just a new form of voter suppression.
And you're right that recourse is hard. It's hard to figure out how to address it. Shaniqua, how about you?
Yeah, I thought that article was spot on. The tactics change, but as Erin said, the hope and the outcome that people are aiming for is to suppress votes, and typically it is to suppress the votes of Black and brown people. One thing, that really stood out to me, and I'll touch on this more, I think technology is like a huge way that things have changed since, the early days of voter suppression, but that they were using actual signs to convince people of different elections, and it just seems so, I don't know, so obvious that they would do that. But in 2024, you wouldn't think that people are using something as basic as signs to trick people. And I think because most people would not assume that a sign has misinformation on it, they're going to trust it, because why would someone mass produce something with incorrect information? And then how do you fight that? Do you run around and pull the signs out of people's yards? No, because they're going to say, why are you in my yard pulling things out of it? And then again, to what I was saying before, how do you convince them that it's inaccurate? How do you convince them that someone gave them this information and they weren't, smart enough to catch that it wasn't real? And then, to what I was saying before, technology has really morphed this problem and made it a lot harder to control. Mix that with a fractured media environment, and it's just, again, a perfect storm for everything that is happening. You have people in siloed parts of our media system receiving really targeted messages, and then they're in an echo chamber, so they're just passing it around, and there's not kind of like an outside person or entity that they can bounce these things off of for them to say, hey, that's not actually right. All the trusted sources are within the echo chamber. And so it's really hard to penetrate those things and get that information. It's not, like decades ago where you had a few news stations that people all consume the same thing. Now people are consuming what they want to. It's being reinforced by the people in that echo chamber. And once you hear stuff enough and it validates what you're saying, you're going to keep believing those things. So it's just really hard to penetrate. And the last thing I'll say about technology, there's a generational divide. My grandmother is older, And even thinking about the calls she gets asking for her credit card information or her bank information. And to her, these people on the phone sound like they're just concerned. They'll tell her there's some problem, and she's like, well, I got to fix the problem. And so when you think about someone who's older and maybe spends more time on Facebook than anyone should, and they're seeing their friends post things and repost things, these are their trusted sources. And so there's probably like even a lesser degree of, again, digital literacy there. And you mix that with the lack of media literacy. And I know I've said perfect storm like 10 times, but it just literally is creating this environment where things are bound to go wrong.
Okay, so we've talked about the problem. We've talked about how it's changed. Erin, I'm going to kick it to you to tell us how to fix it.
Great.
And I know you hold all the answers, but truthfully, your work at the Brennan Center, you do help to share media literacy skills. So I want you to just talk us through how people can build those skills for themselves and what you tell people in your everyday work.
Sure. So when I write these down, they sound sort of basic, but they are the practices that work, whether you're looking at old media sources or new media sources or social media or YouTube, it's all the same. I think the first thing is to admit that media literacy and news literacy isn't innate. It's a learned skill, and we all have to keep learning and navigating it. But basic things still hold true. Number one, know where your information is coming from. Whatever you're looking at, ask yourself, is this a reputable source? That might mean a national newspaper. It might mean a newer organization like Capital B is, or like the 19th is, that report for a group of people, try to report from a specific perspective, but is still, an excellent source of news. But it also might be a Substack run by a single reputable journalist, or it might be a YouTuber, as I said. But just ask yourself, who is this person? Go to their about tag, go to the organization's about tag, learn if they have journalistic ethics. Lots of times people will say what their processes are. Look at that. And try to ask yourself, where did this person get the information? Did they look at a lot of posts on social media and form an opinion, or were they in the room? For your real news, for your day-to-day facts, especially about elections, you really want to try to get them from people who were there. And if you're looking at something, to the second point, if you're looking at something that feels inflammatory or controversial, or you question if it's true, unfortunately these days you do have the responsibility for yourself to go fact check. I promise if something crazy happened in a race or a candidate did something wild, more than one person is going to have it. And more than one reputable person is going to have it. And the same is true, even if the Washington Post breaks a huge story, within, really minutes, but an hour, other news organizations are going to match it. So if something sounds wild, take it in and check another place to see if you can find it. And then just over the whole course of this election cycle, build up your own reliable, stable, diverse set of news sources and continue reading from the same organizations. It will really help you kind of develop a sense of how things are done, where things are going, and it'll help get your, get your feelers up. And that stable of news should include a local news source. And this, my thing that I say anytime anyone gives me a microphone, is that state and local elections are every bit as important as the presidential election, and your local news sources are going to be who has that information and who knows the landscape. As I'm sure we'll discuss, no one can pretend local news hasn't suffered greatly and that we lack resources, but there are a lot of places that are putting together small nonprofit news organizations. Even if it's just 3 former journalists from the local newspaper, most places have at least a few reliable people working, so find those people and support their work, and that helps build up reliable sources too. And though I love the news business more than anything, there are also expert organizations like where I am now at the Brennan Center and State Court Report that if a particular issue is stressing you out, find out an organization that really spends a lot of time studying that and calm yourself down by reading reports and informations and explainers. Could you guys do the next slide, please? So these are a few of the things that my colleagues at the Brennan Center have done, and I personally just found them calming. So we have the Election Deniers Playbook that runs through, I'm so proud to be a part of this organization because I think this thing is amazing. It runs through all the potential ways people might try to subvert the election or just disrupt things, and who needs to be dealing with them, what you can expect. These resources are just really helpful. One thing that's not on here is just this week, they published a huge years-long study on post-Shelby County, which is the Supreme Court decision in 2013 that gutted a section of the Voting Rights Act, that describes what that has done to the racial turnout gap. And understanding stuff like that helps you know why voting rights advocates are fighting so hard in court and working so hard to get out the vote. Just the more you can understand the different issues about voting and elections, I truly think the calmer that you'll feel. One more slide, that's it. Next slide. As you may have noticed, there's a lot happening in state courts these days. And so another thing, a sort of new initiative, is the state court report that really breaks down what's going on in individual state courts and how that might impact other courts. So if you see what happened in Alabama a few weeks ago or just a week ago maybe, it's been a long week, the point of this site is very specific, but these issues are going to be really big in the election. And the long story short, seeking out expert organizations that are dealing in specific issues can both help calm your nerves and inform you of what is a problem, what isn't a problem, and if it is a problem, who's dealing with it, and how you can support them in that way. So that's my news literacy tips, and I assume did I solve it? Are we done?
You did, thank
Yes.
you. Excellent points, and particularly having diverse sets of reputable news organizations that you're following is, I think, especially critical and applicable. Shaniqua, it's Super Tuesday. Texans, along with many other people across the country, are casting votes in primaries. But things are a little different than they were in 2020, right? Particularly with social media companies rolling back the policies that were meant to mitigate mis and disinformation. So how has the role of social media in shaping voters' opinions changed since the last election? And can you share any specifics on how people can, analyze political news that they see coming in their feeds?
Yeah, I was thinking it's so crazy. Like when I started college, Facebook had just started, and it was just this fun place where you posted things on your wall that you were going to the dining hall and things like that. And now, it's dramatically impacted our politics here. It's, been the cause of race and religious uprisings in other countries, and has just become so powerful. And I think at the core of this, which is not just for social media platforms, but also the way that our media has shifted in general, is money is just driving a lot of the decisions that we're seeing. I think about a platform like Twitter, which was my favorite platform, and it's changed dramatically. But it was a place that I would always go to when I felt like community or like mass events were happening, that everyone wanted to collectively come together, hear what people were thinking, see what people were saying about it. And as our media environment has become more fractured, it was a place I felt like you could see what other people thought. Even if they didn't agree with you, you could engage in dialogue in a way that might not always be so healthy, but was still interesting, and just allowed you to see other people's points of view. And generally, since 2020, all of that has changed. Twitter has been purchased by Elon Musk, who has his own set of beliefs and agenda with using the platform, the people who have been prioritized. even blue check marks not meaning anything is a huge change from 2020. When people go to Twitter, before when I went, if I saw a blue check mark, I felt good about what I was reading. I knew that that person had gone through some kind of process to ensure that they were who they say they are, and they weren't purposely spreading mis and disinformation. But now, whenever I see something crazy on Twitter and a blue check mark, I'm like, yeah, they're probably paying for that, and they paid for it so that they could seem to have more credibility. But again, if you're not paying attention to the dialogue around Twitter, do you even know that that change has happened? Do you even know that people can purchase their verification? And then you see that Facebook and all of their, Meta and all of their entities have the same thing. Now, they didn't take those away from people who are verified, but they did give people the ability to purchase verification. I don't know why I'm sharing this story. Somebody I was going on a date with, I saw that he did not have a blue check mark, and then he did right before the date, and I was just like, why does he have this, And it made me think some things. I don't know. Maybe that's unfair.
Did you go on a second date?
We hung out for a little while, but ultimately my initial thoughts were correct. But you shouldn't be able to purchase that. It doesn't matter if you think highly of yourself. It should matter that there's a reason for you to have that verification. And so Twitter has changed tremendously. I think something else that is really important to point out is not just what the platforms are doing, but what they're not doing. Recently, Facebook announced that they would not be promoting or suggesting political content. And I truly do think that Mark Zuckerberg thinks, if we just take our hands off of this, people can't blame us for things anymore. I actually interned at Facebook while I was in graduate school in the summer of 2017, and really illuminating experience. My second to last, or maybe it was my last week there, that Saturday before that final week was when, the rallies in Charlottesville happened. And when we got back to work on Monday, we always had the staff meeting, and to see the product safety people bending over backwards to justify why they left the events up on Facebook was quite disgusting to see. And so, I think back to then, I think back to Mark Zuckerberg saying, we didn't have an impact on the 2016 election, and I think this recent decision is their attempt to wash their hands. The problem is, if they are not promoting that content, people still want to talk about and know about the election. And so now they're going to get that information from people probably with blue check marks who don't know what they're talking about, and that's how they're going to learn about the election. And so by not doing anything, they're creating a vacuum and a void that needs to be filled, and it will be filled, and people will unfortunately get less accurate information. And they're still responsible. The core of this problem is they don't moderate content well. If they did that and they didn't promote political content, maybe we might be in a better situation, but they let things that get clicks and likes just kind of run rampant, and I don't think that's going to change just because they've made this decision. I actually think that their inaction is going to have an even greater negative impact on our election this year. But to your last question about what people can do, I think it's a lot of the same stuff that Aaron said. You have to look at the source and motives of the people who are providing this information. I know that in more modern culture, people love to hate on the mainstream media. Fine, but journalism is a real practice that has standards, and as Aaron was saying, if a story comes out in the Washington Post, eventually, if it's accurate and right, other news organizations will publish information as well, but they're not relying on the Washington Post process. They're running through their own process to make sure that it's accurate. And so I get people's frustrations, but I think it's important that even if it's not like the New York Times, even if it's a local newspaper, go to actual journalists. Go to people who have a set of ethics, a set of standards in what they're putting out. Blogging is not the same. I got a degree in journalism in college, and I got 50 points off of an article because the quarterback, I went to UNC, our newspaper was the Daily Tar Heel, and our quarterback at the time was Joe Daley, and those were not spelled the same. And I spelt his last name the way Daly, like the Daily Tar Heel is spelled, and my professor took 50 points off. And that like has stayed with me, that even a spelling error is an error and it needs to be factual. And so that's the way that journalists approach their work, and just really going to people who take it seriously is really important.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And I think one potential solution is also just being more transparent about the process, right? Like, people don't know what journalists do. People don't know, you know, the sweat and the time and the hours. People don't know how journalists get access to documents. People don't know about the things that don't get published, the decisions that you make to not, you know, make something public. And so I think that's a really important part of the education, is understanding what journalists actually do. I want to talk a bit about distrust. Many communities, especially Black communities, have, you know, some good historical reasons to be distrustful of traditional pipelines of news and information. Capital B's model is built around slowly undoing that work over time. We have a community engagement practice in which we're constantly reaching out to residents, talking to them, being in dialogue with them, understanding what their information needs are, their curiosities, and those interactions fuel our reporting. It's not just our reporters, you know, following their own leads and scoops, but also community really sort of sourcing the work that we do. And the theory, what we're betting on is that, you know, over time, this helps us to be more valuable to people. If we're literally delivering information that we know that you need, maybe you see us as credible, valuable, maybe even indispensable. Over time, you start to trust media, et cetera, et cetera. But that's a long game, right? That is pounding the pavement day after day, hoping for some impact in the long haul. But I want to understand what you guys think about how to address these issues more urgently when you're dealing with communities who might have heightened levels of distrust.
Right. Well, first, things like that are wonderful, because the more you can have people covering communities that understand that community, it both means the stories are told better, and it means the people might trust the story more. But on the other hand, especially if a community is undercovered, that community needs to be covered. And I think reporters of all kinds need to be in communities of all kinds. But when I've gone into a community that I know I'm not a part of, I just know that I have to try to ask even more questions, be really open to answers. If someone is telling me I'm missing it, then I probably am. I mean, you have to have the ego check of like, all right, well, what am I missing? Am I bringing in some sort of bias that I don't know I have, or that I didn't want to admit to myself I have? I mean, you really have to do that work. And then, I mean, the long answer is journalism has historically been a field of white males and then white females, and it's so even in my 15 years in the industry, it has changed so much, and that is so nice to see, but there's a lot more work to do. So we are gonna have people covering communities of which they're not a part. And it's just about listening and being humble and leaning on your colleagues that are part of that community. But even in some cases, there can be some benefits. Like if you're starting a new beat, it's the best time to ask the questions because you know nothing. And so you can uncover stories that need to be told that people in that community may think are obvious, but they're not obvious to the larger world. And since part of reporting on a community is to help others understand that community, it can be a service. But it sort of makes me think of when I am covering, and I spent several years covering youth voters, and I am not 19. I know that's gonna be a surprise to everybody. And I don't have the same experiences that a 19-year-old is having. And you just have to listen to what they are telling you is important and believe it. And that's really like the best you can do. I don't think there's any real formula, but it's just being as open as you can and asking as many questions as you can, and then building our rosters to be much more diverse than they have ever been. I do think it's improved, and I think things like Capital B are such a huge important step, and I think there will be capital B types in lots of communities, and I think that's going to be hugely important.
I hope so. Shanika, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think the work that you all are doing is amazing. It's making me think. I think I was talking to like a political strategist in Florida who said a lot of the people living there, whether immigrants or like first generation from Latin American countries, the news sources that they go to first are from their home countries, and that is where they get their news. And I think maybe Donald Trump or someone, they were pitching stories to these foreign newspapers because they knew that that's where people were getting their news. And so I say that to say the messengers are really important. If you want to gain trust in a community, who is saying the thing matters. Even if, you think about a political surrogacy program, Joe Biden saying something versus, I don't know, well, Beyonce doesn't do surrogacy work, but if she did, people, they would listen to her. And there's a certain level of cultural competency that just has to be there. Also, I don't think that communities of color, I know it, don't want someone coming in who feels like they're an outsider kind of telling them this is what you should care about. And I think what Aaron just said about listening is also really important. If you are providing information that no one asked for, they're probably not going to consume that and then start to question, why are you telling us this stuff? We know this. We want to know about other things. And so getting community input in that is really important, and not being condescending. Journalism is an elite space. Even if journalists don't make a ton of money, you have people who have gone to elite institutions. They literally are processing information all the time, so there's probably just inherently they're going to feel like they know more than others. But the way I see it is, different information than others, not more. And so if we're working together to understand, what communities want, you can provide that. And we do need to diversify our newsrooms, and that's not just on, it's good to have people of color around. There's just experiences that people have that inform the way you cover stuff, the way you write about stuff. And I think something that we saw in recent years with a lot of the racial responses to racial violence and police violence is, or even, I think it was at the Washington Post where there was a rape victim who was a journalist and told she couldn't report on sexual violence. Yeah, that's crazy. These things, our experiences inform how we talk about things, the way we talk about it. She probably could interview a sexual assault survivor in a way that someone who has not experienced that wouldn't understand how to come into that conversation with care and concern and get the answers that they're looking for. And, a funny example is Kamala Harris becoming vice president and them talking about her being a part of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. And I remember the reporting about the weird noises everyone was making. I'm not in a sorority, but I am very familiar with Black sororities and fraternities, and so it's just what are they talking about, So making sure that we have the right messengers, I think is really important. Also because if you don't use the right messengers for the good information, then the messengers that seem relevant will allow them, they'll be allowed to kind of insert themselves. And I don't care for this man. Charlemagne the God has taken up so much space in the political discourse for Black people. He's not a journalist. They had Nikki Haley on their show. They didn't really press her on her stances. But for some reason, politicians go to his show. He is brought on as some kind of political expert that speaks on behalf of Black people. And that is not to discount the audience that he has, but that's actually the problem. He takes up a lot of space and people listen to him and he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so it's important that the kind of good actors fill that space before the bad ones do.
Yes, definitely. Let's talk a bit about local news. You guys have all heard that local news is dying, but I want to talk a bit about its connection to civic engagement and to media literacy. But first, some stats. The U.S. is losing newspapers at a rate of 2 per week. Since 2005, the country has lost more than 1/4 of its newspapers. It's on track to lose 1/3 by 2025. This has resulted in what is known in our business as news deserts, areas without adequate local news coverage, and that is currently affecting around 70 million residents, which is about 1/5 of the population, which is just wild, right? And we know that when there's no local news, people turn to national news sources, and that can cause more polarization. And we know that civic knowledge just suffers when there's no local news, right? When people don't know what's going on in their communities, they can't be civically engaged. And civic engagement and media literacy go hand in hand. So, Shanika, why don't I start with you? Can you just talk a little bit about that and the importance of that and why that is an important part of this issue?
Yeah. Specifically when I think about civic engagement and politics, when there's not local news, there's no one to specifically hold local leaders or even national or people in federal positions accountable. Because you look at cable news, they are looking for entertainment at this point. Again, it's really money driven and they need eyes, they need people paying attention. So you get a lot of, okay, you're on this side of the issue, you're on this side, like argue with each other. But something one of my professors would say all the time when we talked about local news is you used to have at least one paper covering, sorry, I'm messing up the math. But anyway, you had at least one paper covering your 2 senators. But in a lot of places, you had multiple local papers covering your senators and your members of the House. That's not happening now. And so the only way they're getting covered is if they do something crazy or controversial. But it also provides the space for them to just kind of like lie about whatever's going on. You know, if they voted for something and no one's paying attention, or for instance, there's a voice vote, there's just a lot that can happen where they don't have to answer for it because no one's telling the constituents, hey, your member of Congress did this, hey, your person in the state legislature did this. And it's interesting because it allows people to, people have a lot more proximity as you go down the ballot, the more local a candidate is, you have more like physical proximity to them. And so we're starting to see a lot of national stuff just go further down the ballot to stuff that like a city council member has nothing to do with, but that's who people have proximity to. But the people who need to be, I don't want to say yelled at, but the people who need to be held to account, they just are in Washington with really no one paying attention to them. I mean, look at Mike Johnson. No one knew who he was before however many speaker conversations they had to have before they landed on him. And now all this stuff about him is coming out. I'm sure his constituents had no idea about most of that stuff, but they would have known that he did not think that the election should have been certified. Had there been some local reporters reporting on that, that just seems like a crazy thing to not know until he becomes Speaker of the House. So it's really important. Also, there are local issues happening that are not being covered. And when that happens, again, how can people be engaged? Civic engagement isn't just voting. It's about understanding what's going on in your community and talking to your elected officials. Again, I feel like I keep using harsh language, but like confronting them when they're not doing the things that you want. And then if you're not getting what you want, you show up to the polls and you get rid of them if you don't like them. But we don't have all the tools and resources we need to be properly civically engaged because we don't have local media. And so it's truly, a threat. And the last thing I'll add, you think about something like the Sinclair Group. These are what you think and look like local news stations, but they are owned by one entity. And there was a viral video some years ago where they played different anchors from all across the country. Again, these are supposed to be local news stations, and they were reading a script. They were all saying the same thing. And so it also just demonstrates, how money can start to take these things over, and we're not getting what we need.
Yeah.
I think that if that worries you about your local community, one thing that you can do is find who is doing local work and support them. Subscribe to your local paper, support your local nonprofit website. I mean, that really is something that we all can do on the local level.
Right.
It's a difference. It's a real difference maker, especially in smaller towns and smaller
Absolutely, yeah.
geographic
And,
areas.
you know, the local news issue does sound bleak, but there is a lot of energy in the nonprofit space. There's a lot of philanthropic support. There are a lot of people who are trying to figure out how to make local news work, and particularly for marginalized communities. So I do think that the energy around local news is sort of a bright spot, because there are a lot of really great journalists and news practitioners who are tackling the problem. So, you know, I feel like there's an elephant in the room, right? Because I think getting folks to recognize when information is bad and getting them to sort of disregard, you know, bad information is not just about like shooting a bunch of facts at folks. People don't believe misinformation just because they don't have access to the truth. There's social and political reasons why people want to believe things that are misleading. And so how do you guys think about how you square that with the work that you do, right? Like there are just some people who are not going to be persuaded. There are some people who are going to be combative at the thought of wanting to be persuaded. So talk to me about how you just sort of deal with that.
In a way, it's similar to covering community you haven't covered before. I think we all have to accept now that we are not given credibility. It doesn't, you have to earn it over and over. And I think in that scenario, you're right, you can't just tell people the facts. You have to have the facts. You have to try to share where you got them, why it's important, why the person that's telling you the disinformation, share what their motivation is. I mean, it's like bring the receipts the best you can, and it doesn't always work. That's a formula that gets to work, you know, in one situation, but it's usually way more fluid. I don't think that's something we have an answer to, and we just have to keep working at. But accepting that you can't fact somebody to death is just the reality.
Yeah. And a part of the reality that you have to accept when you're doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, and all I'd add to that is there's like a people psychological element to it. You know, I don't know if it was because I was younger or times have gotten so crazy, but I was very just like, those people are stupid. I can't talk to them. They just won't get it. And now, it possibly also because I've been in a lot of like blue bubbles, but thinking back to growing up in North Carolina, people just have different experiences. And I think even when I was making assumptions that people just weren't smart, that was unfair. But people just literally have different lived experiences that bring them to where they are in their beliefs. So if that is someone's understanding of their lived experiences, you know, facts are not going to just be the thing that can dislodge whatever they believe. And I think it's important to like understand their perspective and where they're coming from, which is hard to do. I won't tell the whole story, but this class I took on race and democracy, the professor ended the class with, you just got to talk to people you don't agree with and hear them out and bring them along slowly. And I was like, why do we have to do that? Why can't they just read all the stuff I read and like understand it the way I understand it? And he was like, because that's not how it works. We're people, and having those like long dialogues with people that you might not agree with or just are actually getting something wrong, you have to bring their guard down. If they don't trust you or they think that you're trying to call them stupid or you think you're smarter than them, they're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt in engaging. But if you can bring that wall down and try to have some shared understanding and mutual respect for each other, they're a lot more open and inclined to listening to what you have to say. And so I think before you can even start to deliver the facts, you have to create an environment that feels like a neutral ground where they're respected and you understand where they're coming from, even if you don't agree with them. And, you know, I'll always be prepared to leave the conversation still not agreeing.
Right. Okay, I have one more question. Aaron, this one's for you before we kick it to Q&A. But, you know, all of the tips that you and Shaniqua shared do require critical thinking skills, right? And that is something we have to start teaching early. We can't expect people to turn 18 and just know all the information they need to know to like vote and just be civically engaged. So how can parents and educators partner to ensure that we're teaching young people about media literacy and reinforcing those lessons often? I know this is something you're particularly passionate about.
So it is sort of, I say all the time in the voting realm, you have to teach people to vote. We can't just expect them to vote. You have to teach them to vote. And the same is about reading the news and understanding the news environment. My son is 10 now, and I've beat it into him enough that he doesn't answer this way anymore. But when he was about 6 and started reading, and I'd say, well, he'd tell me a fact, and I'd say, where did you learn that? And he'd say, Safari, because that was the browser on his iPad. And so it's tedious, but with your kids, it really is important to go through and say, okay, you have new information. That's so exciting. Where did you learn it? Let's together click and see who this person is. And most likely it's going to be a YouTuber or a TikToker. That's the way it is. A person who does TikTok. So teaching them to learn where their information is coming from, even if it's a basketball star, it doesn't matter. Just start going through the process of learning who is the provider of this information and where did they get it. And this is, I hope, my only like not environmentally sound advice, but I think for kids, one of the most important things a parent can do is subscribe to a hard copy of a newspaper, because they can't see you reading the news on your phone. But if you get a newspaper every day, especially because local news is suffering, there isn't as much content that kids might enjoy. But if you subscribe to a national paper, no matter what your kid is into, almost every day there's going to be something that interests them. My little guy loves the arts, but there's sports, there's fashion, there's science. If you just teach them that these news sources have valuable things that you can learn from and enjoy, it really helps build habits. Otherwise, all the other things of learning to read the news and all that. And then for educators, starting in the young grades, I think if you're a teacher, ask a local journalist to come and tell the kids how you build a story. For my son's class and other classes I've talked to before, I one time wrote a story about the business of balloons. And that sounds silly, but it turns out it's a giant business. It has so many female entrepreneurs, and I had to fact check how many new companies had balloons, how many balloons are sold. And so if you just show really how you build a story and do sourcing, they think it's fun and interesting, number one, but it helps them really start asking the who, what, when, where, why questions when they're reading. And I think you can teach kids by having them write a story. Like, ask them to find out how everybody gets to school. And then you calculate how many ride the bus, how many walk, how many ride their bike. Is everybody experiencing the same problem? And it just shows them, practical ways to how to do that. And then you just build when people get up. And with your teenagers, discuss your own media diet, discuss why you read what you do, why you like these sources because they believe the same things you do and kind of may help you learn how to vote, and why you need these sources that just give you the facts. And it's really about, it is an ongoing everyday discussion, but doing the little things, I think, work over time, just like taking your kids to vote with you as many times as you can teaches them to show up and not be intimidated and do their civic duty.
On that point, on print, there is a very popular Gen Zer who has a TikTok account where she reads the front page of the New York Times, and so
yeah, it's amazing.
Maybe print is the new wave. Okay, let's take our first question. How can community-based initiatives and grassroots efforts contribute to promoting media literacy and combating misinformation at the local level?
I think you're the best answer on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to a lot of the things that have been said on this panel. I know that activists and folks who are really advocating for, change do really rely on new reporting. They rely on media. They rely on facts coming out of the reporting that journalists across the country are doing every single day to shape the problem, to frame the problem, to frame their own messaging, to help sort of push for change. And I think one thing that everyone can do is talk about that, right? Talk about the sources of your information. Talk about, why you are sure that this information is valid and verified, and continue at every step of the way to just be as transparent as possible about the information that we are sharing with one another.
Yeah. And the one thing I'd add, and I work in politics, so sorry for my political examples, but I think grassroots organizing and community-based organizations can actually serve a huge purpose in just getting information out to people. So, if you can get to them first before they are scrolling, or maybe right after they've scrolled on social media, and tell them about the thing, that can go a long way. The example I wanted to use was student loan forgiveness. That is something that a lot of people think that Joe Biden hasn't done anything on, and it didn't go the way he wanted it to go, but there are things that have been done, and I think if there were opportunities for people to come understand and learn how they could, for instance, apply for the SAVE plan and get all the benefits of that, that is a real life example in your face that you have access to that combats anything that you're seeing online that's not real.
Next question. What barriers do individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds face in accessing reliable information and media sources, and how can these barriers be overcome? I can take that one too.
I mean, I think the barriers are that the overarching one being that, as Shaniqua said, in the past, journalism has been sort of an elite field, and so that didn't trickle down, and also because there was not enough reporting within disadvantaged communities. It was talking about them sometimes, but not reporting within. But I think today the main problem is that subscriptions are expensive. And unfortunately, news organizations have to make money or try to, and that means often charging for the news. So you can say go read the New York Times all day, but it's an expensive subscription. So I do think that cost is a disadvantage, but because there are so many sources of news and so many people sharing the information in the New York Times, I think it's about figuring out how to get those free sources to people. And we're not doing a great job of it, but it involves generating interest among younger people. It means spreading the information better. It probably means places like the New York Times reaching out to that woman and saying, thank you so much. How can we support you? I mean, I don't think there's an amazing answer to that. I think it's a lot of work, but I do think cost is a barrier, and then just history of the makeup of readers are a barrier.
And yeah, I would say that cost is a huge barrier, but also there are a lot of people in this country, particularly in rural America, who don't have access or don't have strong access to broadband internet, right? In Gary, where we launched our second newsroom, in some zip codes, more than half or close to half people don't have a stable connection. And I think that one of the ways to address this is really on us, right? I think that a lot of journalism is still sort of oriented around digital access, also around the written word, and there's also, literacy challenges across the country. And so how do we think differently about accessibility? How do we think about not just being online, but also in radio, also one-to-one community events? Do we, employ SMS and text that does not require a connection? But I think really thinking creatively about how being aware that not everyone has the same access as we do, and then thinking creatively about how we reach folks is really important.
Yeah. I was just going to say, support and invest and advocate for your libraries. That is a place that people can access, all of these things and get assistance with reading. It's a good place for people to go. I know I relied on it heavily when I was growing up, and it made the difference.
Excellent point. Okay. My organization is launching a community-based journalism cohort comprised of college students. What are 1 or 2 tips you'd recommend as we train them? I think one important tip for folks who are just getting started is, people, to be a good journalist, you have to have a healthy sense of skepticism, and you have to just sort of understand that you should just be sort of not primed to believe everything you see and read on first sight, that a healthy level of skepticism is really important to just doing this work well, because when you are skeptical of something, you do more digging, until things become really clear, and I think that's an important thing to teach early on.
Yeah, I mean, along that, the basic things of always make sure you ask more than one person the question and don't trust anyone's information. But I also think, just on a broader, I think that's very exciting and wonderful, go forth. listen to what your community needs to hear and provide them that information, and then also look where the holes are in your other news coverage and try to fill it. I mean, that's what makes new news launches successful these days, is if they're filling a void, and there are many to fill. So I think just being creative in what you cover, and cover the fun stuff too. People like to read about the fun stuff. So have a healthy balance of what you're providing, and it'll just broaden your audience, and the more readers, the better.
I think we have time for maybe one more question. How do you listen to others' perspectives to understand without elevating that perspective as fact? How do you help high school students in this process? Shaniqua, I think that you touched on this a little bit when you talked about honoring, that people are coming from different backgrounds. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, again, just creating that foundation that people feel like you're listening to them, you're not patronizing them. But then after that, do please insert the facts, when I'm talking to people sometimes, I try to say, hey, well, I actually read something, let me show it to you, that said this. I don't try, kind of the way this question is asking, I don't try to present it as if I know everything and I have all these facts. I point to where I got it from, and especially if there's a cultural figure that everyone trusts, pointing to that person and saying, oh, well, they actually pointed this out, and this is why I think that's true, and try to engage around a dialogue. People will feel the way they feel, but I think if they trust the conversation, they will talk to you.
Thank you. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you so much, Erin and Shaniqua. This was great. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.